Sorry, y'all. I was here, but I was like, well, I don't see people here yet. And no one said hi back to my little message. So I was like, I'm just going to park it and eat cereal until I know somebody's here. Sort of pathetic, but true.
There is nothing pathetic about eating cereal.
Well, except for when it's like, hey, I'll just let the live be silent for like 11 minutes. Not because of anything urgent, but, cereal. Well, I'm glad you awoke, Nook. How are you? I know that Pix is going to need, Angie's going to need some time about certain things, but they already have queued up some questions for Angie, which is interesting. But how are you? My cousin Ray is supposed to be in here shortly, and she's one of your fellow Leos, she and Kat. And it's your full moon this month. It's a Leo full moon right now ish. Maybe it's actually right now. I've been a little buried. Yep. See, hi. Leo moon. Is it already the full? No, I'm going to Google it because it's almost embarrassing. Usually I know when all of the full moons are. I think it's got to be around now ish. Oh, it's past. I mean, it's happening right now, right? Like, it went into full. It's January's wolf moon. It's the wolf moon. It's, in Leo, and Oh lordy, where is it? I want to know what time it went in. So it went around noon on Eastern Standard on the 25th. So 25th, 26th, 26th, 27th. Yeah, it's still primarily full, right? Right, right the F now. And it's a Leo full moon. So I didn't know when it was, but I knew you Leos were coming up, and I'd been thinking, I wonder if they're having a good time during their full moon, transformative time, or an upsetting time. Or maybe it seems like it's probably likely a mix. I'm glad the job is going okay. Very, very glad. Yeah, I've got questions here soon for you, Angie, from Spirit. It's interesting. They're going to call you out a little bit. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's partially yo mama. Um, I also have all these new decks that I've gotten over the course of the last couple of months that have either been barely used or only used by me doing things behind the scenes for people. Some of them are really interesting decks. There's this one deck called the Sacred Web Tarot, written by Janine Bui Brown and illustrated by James Brown the Fourth. It's a mother and son, and I don't know what I'm going to do with the whole deck itself, but I know with the Major Arcana, I'm going to use it as a Major Arcana deck for sure. Like they connect, and they're really interesting because what it is he is recovering from a traumatic brain injury, and for a while there, as he was like relearning how to utilize words, he drew things more than he spoke. And she's taken a lot of the drawings that he did and turned them into the art on this tarot deck. And so I get a little confused. It gets a little confusing for me in the minor arcana. I think they are just, I've looked at them a lot though. I think they are just a little confusing or because, but I mean, they were made by somebody who was largely confused. And I don't mean that in a negative way. He probably was looking at the world from a completely different lens that is like valid, completely valid, and probably we all should look through from time to time. But it's just such a different perspective that some of them don't, I don't understand them yet. Well, go through the motions. You said it right there yourself, sister. But what do you know? You were like, tell her, I know, I know, I know. What is it you know? I would like to hear, like, see what you type about it. Tell her I don't need her on me. I know, I know, I know. That's not just me, that's spirit. What and I may like invite you up on the stream to talk about it, but right now I want to see it in print. What is it you know, you know, you know? Blubber butt, and I have to let him go. Okay. And um go through the motions. Can you explain that one? No, I don't nobody says you're stopping him. That's not something I've heard at all. But I didn't know if they were going to have questions or if we were just going to read on it, but they have questions, and I'm surprised. Or maybe I'm just surprised at what the questions were because I wouldn't have thought about these angles. But I don't ever know. Like I was on the phone with Ray here for a long time, and they were talking about Spirit was talking, randomly about a lot of stuff, but all of a sudden they want to decorate her daughter's room. And I was like, I don't know what people want tonight. Like, I don't know what's coming. They want to work the color therapy for her kiddo's room. What? Your grandson is not going to live a couple of doors down and come over all the time? That wasn't even me. I think that was your grandmother. That wasn't your mom. Change in your home? Nook, are you comfortable with saying what? Is it about like mother-in-law? Is it about changing homes? What do you think it's going to be? I almost feel like I just need to bring you guys up around Robin and let you do talk time. I'm most interested in Nook first only because we probably have her awake for maybe 20 more minutes because this is not her normal thing. Do you want to, like, Nook, if I gave you the way to connect here, would you come on just voice? Yeah, I thought so. Nook, do you want to do, I need to do a reading for you. They're just saying right now. And it's actually about your family up north that they want to talk about first. But do you just want to do it here, um, like this, or do you want to do it? Do you want to come on voice? It's up to you. Okay, you can't be on voice at the moment. Let me let the and like if we're going to do other stuff about your house and maybe stuff will come up. I don't know, but they want to talk about it's your grandpa and he wants to talk about stuff going on up north. I want to know what's going on. Have you heard anything updating about your dad too? Okay, I'm trying to pick a deck. Okay, interesting. Okay, they want this deck. The ones up north want this happy deck.
I'm going to mute for a bit.
Okie dokie. Were you guys playing? I'm sorry if you were.
No, no. Oh, no.
Okay. This is going to be a quick reading for Nook about her up north family. Can you give me an initial for your granddad? I've seen him so many times now, and I think one time I even said his first initial to you, but I tell you, I'm having a hard time in general in life at the moment. So I probably am not going to remember my channels very much. J. Okay, thank you. I was getting a J, I was getting an N, so I wasn't sure. Is it Jerry? What is it? Now my whole pantheon's making fun of me because I was like, "Is it Jerry?" They were like, "It could be John. It could be um, Josiah. It could be." Are you kidding me right now? I'm saying Josiah. I had to get ready to say Joseph. You guys are such smart asses. I look up. She's typed Joseph. Josiah. Smart Alex. Where wonder where the N comes in. I mean, you're an N. Stop picking on me. Now my pantheon went. Everybody's gonna think you think her real name Nook. It's like, no, it isn't. But I still know her real name. Who picking on me tonight? Everybody. My friend Chris goes, everybody. We're just sending you love. He's like, you've been crying way too much last like week. Like, girl. Okay, so let's see. These are almost done, shuffled properly. Let's see here. Okay, so this is going to be for Nook mouthing her real name that starts with N. This is what her family from up north want to point out. How do you guys want to phrase this? Is it what you want to point out? Is it what you want to talk about? Okay, he says it's topical things we want to talk about. It's also about things we have to offer. Okay, so that's really what he's saying. This is what the people up north have to offer you. Okay, what the northers, the people up north, both in spirit and otherwise, have to offer. I think spirit's doing most of the arranging, but the people up north have to offer. Nook. This is what the people up north have to offer. Nook. People up north have to offer Nook. Things are just flying. But the people up north have to offer Nook. The people up north have to offer Nook. I'm not sure if that was up or down. North have to offer Nook. We're almost done laying them out, y'all. I'm doing 10. Oop. Actually, they said, no, girl, you're doing 12. It's like, okay. Let's look at the bottom of this deck. Oh, nice. Okay. Let me flip over these mabajamabas. To get a better reading board out. It's all over the place, like it's not flat level. Um, can you remind me just the sign, the sun sign of your ex? Is he Earth? Yep, that's Earth, all right. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this. flash on. Maybe that's okay. Actually, I'm texting this to you right under a question that you apparently asked me a long time ago. This doesn't count, by the way. This is what they wanted to talk about. So don't think, oh, this is my January reading or whatever. January is almost over anyway. Okay. Some of this stuff we can talk about later, but so the first set, it's talking about him. And again, this is just stuff that they can offer you energetically, the people from the north, right? The first you'll see, like, it's the justice inverted with the king of pentacles inverted. The king of pentacles is the X. I don't think you're even here anymore, right? I'm not sure if you're here anymore because the number dropped. Um, but I'm just going to say this stuff briefly, and then we can go back and cover another time. That's why I sent you a picture, because I know in the middle of the night there, you don't want to make much noise, etc. So anyway, yeah, it's justice inverted over the king of pentacles inverted. This is about how and again, the justice inverted is what they can offer you, saying you don't even have to really barely consult the courts. He's been so unreliable um, that you just have to stop worrying about that and stop counting it as something that's in the way. Um, and that honestly, they're saying even if you went up there just for a little bit, even like to visit family or whatever, that you might get something. I don't want to say the state and give away your locations and stuff, but you might get more offered, since that's where family is. And anyway, it might be a better court system in which to litigate for you on this topic with him, if you even need to litigate at all. Because even though he makes these threats, he doesn't do anything he's ever supposed to do. And you have a paper trail taller than the child in question. The next thing is just the Weight of Wands inverted over the Ten of Pentacles. Um, they're just saying, hey, you've been wanting a lot of fast action. You've been wanting things to move faster in the last year and a half. And we just want you to know we're the ones that slowed it down. And we're doing this because we know what your end game is. Like, you're not wishing for, if you were somebody that was wishing, like, hey, I'll just get out of here, I'll go anywhere, I ain't picky about where I go, I just need to take a step in a certain direction or change or whatever. That's not it, though. You have a very fixed idea of what is okay and what is not okay. And so they were like, since you were not at least at certain points internally, willing to be wavering on any of those topics, and not, not willing to be like, well, okay, we can take this deal temporarily, right, because it'll move us in the right direction. They were like, nope, you're set on walking into a pretty much almost ready-made situation and really not wanting to have to build on it for a while. And so in order to eventually achieve that, we slowed all of the motion down energetically. We are the responsible parties for that, because if you wanted swift movement, we could make that happen. But if you want accurate, whole, like, cities, metaphorical cities built in preparation, then you can't both have it move fast and have the end product be exactly as you like. Moving too fast is going to ruin everything. So we are the ones slowing everything down. We're doing it because, how you have fixed your mind on what you want things to be. If you change your mind about what you're willing to accept or not accept, um, just on as stepping stones on your way, please let us know, because we can change the speed. But we're basically going to keep you set on this speed limit for as long as necessary, because we're just not going to let any type of rush job or weird frenetic energy come in and mess up this fixed idea you have in your mind of where you want to be eventually. Also, okay, so then there's the Five of Pentacles over the Express Your Joy card. They're saying, well, it's interesting that you have wanted change. There's some things that you just, are having trouble with. And I would like to put, I would like to get a support card on this, but the gist of this one is saying, listen, you've been sitting in the dark forest on your own, um, festering for a long time now. And at this point, if we have to drag you out of there kicking and screaming, if there has to be a big to do wherein you cry the whole way, the whole time we're pulling you out of there, relocating you. This is energetically, by the way. They're speaking energetically, so don't freak out about like having to move if you don't want to move or anything like that. But energy wise, they're like, you've been sitting here too long, and if we have to drag you out kicking and screaming, we're going to start the process of that, and you might not love it. But again, the underlying thing is express your joy. You can't sit in a festering, dark, spooky forest and express your joy simultaneously, you know? And so we know what you want in your heart of hearts, in your manifestation, ultimate dream life. And so we are changing the tempo in order to do that. We are going to drag you kicking and screaming out of some places. Oh, he just said whether that is that we actually manage to drag you out of that spooky forest, or we tear the freaking trees down to get some sunlight in there. We're going to do it one way or another, in the next, he said 6 to 8 months. And then it's the Ace of Cups over the Two of Wands inverted. They have a lot of um, new old is the best way to put it. New old energy. You've been away from home for a long time, and you had really strong reasons for that. But there's also a lot of things about the place and the people that you loved a lot that you've sort of forgotten about. And they're saying there's a lot of new old energy here for you. A lot of things that you've forgotten about, like maybe you remember it in your mind, and have fond memories, but like they're like, you don't even know, like if you came to these places and energetically met up with them, you would be surprised at how cleansing it could be for you, literally, just to physically be back in some of these spaces, no matter how briefly you're there. And they're saying, it's this um, stuck between two worlds, um, not wanting to choose between two decisions, or courses of action, that are, that's the holdup basically on that particular thing. And then, um, it's the Queen of Wands over the Wow You Got It card. Okay, so, but the Queen of Wands is inverted, I should have said. And so they're sort of saying we're going to sort of take the shine off of your fantasy life a little bit because, um, again, you're a perfectionist and that's so beautiful in so many things that you do. In this particular case, again, you really want a prefab situation. And they're saying, yeah, he's saying it right now. Not only is that hard to achieve, right? But the thing is, if you did achieve it, he's saying you'd be disappointed because while in your mind's eye you think these things need to be in place or need to be up to par or whatever, if you got there and you walked into a situation that was pre-made like that, you'd be bored as hell. You are an active person. You like to do things. You like to work. You like to solve problems. And if you walk into a prefab situation like you believe you want, you'll be so bored. Whereas if you walk into a situation that needs your hands all over it, your ideas, your thoughts, your touch, your changes, and again, right now we're just speaking energetically, but it could be physically as well. Um, you're going to be a much more satisfied person. And then, um, the three that just sort of fell to the side, the Queen of Swords, the Five of the Cups, and the Nine of Pentacles. Queen of Swords and Five of Cups were both inverted. Queen of Swords comes up for you a lot. She's our workaholic, right? And again, this is just what the people up north, want to send in influence, right? So she's on her head. They don't like it. They don't like it. They're going to do what they can to interfere. Also, though, you have this thing where you sort of want to build a new life for yourself, sometimes where you stand, sometimes far away, just depends on what's going on. But one of the primary things that stops you is FOMO, like fear of missing out, right? Even when it is with people that you're not even that interested in to begin with. It's sort of like, well, I've invested so much time and energy into this, like, and then how dare they leave me out, or I need to know what's going on because I've paid my dues and I've earned the right to know what's going on. And it's more about principle than even actually giving two shits um, about what's really happening. But it's that, so they're going to be trying to knock out the workaholic tendencies, not the hard worker. He said there's a big difference now. He wants you to hear that because he knows that you're a hard worker. Runs like he was a hard worker. You have a grandmothers that are hard workers, and it's an admirable trait. So he's not saying stop being a hard worker. He's more saying stop being a hard worker for everyone else. And this fear of missing out thing, they're going to try and scrub that out of your experience as well. Um, because the next that comes is the Nine of Pentacles, right? Which is manifesting everything that you dreamed of or being really close to doing so, right? So, again, this is just something he wanted to offer in terms of energies that they're going to be inserting moving forward in this new year. They're already doing it, some things that they've been doing for a while, but when you're like, wait, why is this happening? Like I push and I push and I push and I push, and finally what I want happens, and then suddenly it's like they slam on the brakes and I don't understand why. It's your family, energetically family, right? Like your spirit family, your the higher selves of your family that's still here in physical, your higher self, your spirit family, maybe that's not in your bloodline, your guardians and guides and stuff. This is the stuff they've been doing. They've been saying, you don't need justice for this guy. We're slowing you down. We're dragging you out of the dark forest. If we have to do it kicking and screaming or burn the forest down, we are going to help you discover everything that's old is new again and remember where you came from. That's going to be a really important thing. He said something just now which is interesting, like if you could get someone from home to, I don't know if, like, I think you actually have to do this carefully, right? You can't just literally just mail somebody a tablespoonful of dirt, but you can like put a tablespoonful of dirt like in a baggie and mark it whatever and put it in a box or whatever, and then you can do it that way. And he's like, even if it's just like tiny pieces of home, like asking for, can you send grandma, do you use all your aprons? Can you send me another one? Or um, I would like a spoonful of dirt from home. Or, I mean, they really think you need to at least visit a little bit, but if not, they think you need to infuse some of where you came from to where you are to remind yourself of your water side, if that makes sense, because you're a fire sign, and you do have a lot of earth stuff going on a lot of the time. You also have a lot of air energy, and you, of course, everybody has some water. You're an emotional person in your own right, but like they want it free flowing, cleansing kind of stuff, and like that's something that they can offer you is the gift of free flowing element. I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's. It feels like it's likely an elder in the family, whether it's that aunt of yours we spoke about, like in passing recently, or if it's your grandmother, um, or a friend maybe from there that you're close with or getting closer with or whatever. Um, I think it's more than one person, but I do think there's an elder that is water that I believe at least one of them is still in physical. And so, anyway, we can cover some of this more later. Um, but he was just here shebang, like saying, I know that you guys are going to talk sometime soon, and I know that her questions are going to be similar to some of these, but also quite different. And I just want to say, like, home is waiting for a reason. Home is waiting to help rejuvenate your situation. Um, you don't have to permanently come here in order to receive the benefits of and the blessings from home. It's going to be really important in the new year, and it's especially going to be like important in terms of if you're trying to trace back to where it all began, or if you're trying to find the core of yourself again without all of the noise of your surroundings of present day work, um, people that live with you, kiddos, whatever, whatever extended groups of friends and family, whatever it is, you need an infusion from home, like the desert needs rain, because you've sort of lost pieces of yourself because it's been so long. And even though you have very good reasons potentially for having left there and even staying away if that's what you choose to do, there's still a large part of you that literally chose to be born there this life for some reason or another. And it's not all about the people that you were born into the situation with. A lot of it's um, literally about what you needed. Sometimes literally, almost literally geographically, or just the energy of the space. But they keep talking about the water, and I know that is a factor up there, right? Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink, except for he's saying there's plenty to drink for you there. And it would soothe you so much and offer you so much of yourself that you can't find. It's like you have been working so hard energetically too, right? You've been doing so much manifestation work and so much self work. I know you have. And it gets frustrating because you just keep running into walls, and missing something. It's like you're missing something. It's what you're missing is the parts of you that are connected to home, meaning place of origin, place where you grew up, place where you chose to be born. It's really important. Yep. Yeah, the Taurus, I mean, like, that's why I think he came up first. They were like, listen up. I mean, and that's why I'm speaking in code, because I know you can't talk right now on the live. I know that it's late where you are. And, but just, while your granddad was here, he was like, will you just do this and then take a picture, and then you guys can talk more about it later if you want to. But that's the first thing he brought up, right? He brought up that the Taurus gentleman, and, um, how he just loves to threaten you as if he isn't the one that's messed up left, right, and center, right? He wants to leave you trapped in a place, even just in terms of vacations, which is so ridiculous that I could spit fire. Like, He doesn't have that right legally anywhere. If he fully took care of his end of the deal, which he never has, or if he has, it's been a long time. I don't think he ever has. Um, Even if he was like fully present emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, he still wouldn't have the legal right to tell you you cannot take a vacation with your child to visit your family. He cannot do that. This kind of BS of maybe we should call and report this and that, let him. Let him hire an attorney, which he can't afford and he won't do, right? But let him run his mouth and cause trouble. And then you show up with the paperwork and then buy yourself the freedom because with your good paperwork skills, right? You're not organized like that for no reason. I know you do because it like makes you feel happy and you know sane in your brain and all of that stuff. But there's also another reason, right? This paper trails are going to lead you to your freedom if he actually calls you out. If he actually calls you out, you have so much proof that you take care of almost all of the financials, almost all of the physical custody, and you're not calling him bad names. You're not saying world's worst father, right? Like you've never kept his kiddo from him because he's in super danger or whatever. But you also have a kiddo that can now is of age to speak for himself as well, and that's I think that's why he led with that because that's the number one thing standing between you and even just like a weekend back home, right? He makes threats, but it doesn't matter. He could freaking be Daddy Warbucks from A&E and the Dalai Lama and mixed together, and he still doesn't have the legal right to tell you you can't take your kid on a vacation to visit your very old, amazing grandmother, to show your kiddos some about like where you're from, to remember where you're from, to feel like the way the earth feels under your feet and the breeze feels in your lungs and the way the water sounds in your ears. All of those are things you need very badly. If I don't know if you know it, I know that you need something, but it's home. And that's why they led with him, because he's dick wick that is constantly stopping that, going, no, no, you can't do that. It's like, oh, well, that's interesting because when you want to talk about like permanently moving there, you have no problem. Or it's like you had no problem moving us down here. Like ridiculous. Um, yep, granddad's also saying there'd be better care for your eldest in the school district there. And I still think that there's, what, I'm going to pull three cards. Which deck, Grandpa? Which deck? I'm going to do this one and see. We can try it. Okay, we're going to try it one of the new decks. It's the Oracle. It's the Magical Spirit Oracle, The Brilliance of You. But he wanted to talk about, I wanted to ask about property. We'll see if this tells us about property. I'm not sure. These are new decks to me. Ring. Okay, we'll see if this works. Grandpa, I want to see if this works. What can you show me? I know you're talking about property up there. What can you show me about property that's in the family and the connection to Nook here? Okay, well, I don't know if this deck is going to work for this or not, but there's cards fall in fast, so. Okay. Let's take a look. Yeah. So first of all, it does. Okay. This. I'll send you a picture of this too, because these are sweet cards. The first one you got is the Grow Together card. and it says community, connection, reciprocation. So that like enhances exactly what he was talking about. You need to come home just for a while to re-experience it. And then it says in the center of the card, find those who inspire you to bloom. Um, it's card number 33. 3 is a pretty significant angel number, and it usually means, we're really watching over you on this issue, family, spirit guides, what have you. That's the power of the 3, Holy Trinity as well. There's a lot of energy behind this returning home. Then you get the spirit of the tree, about nature, priestess, inner peace. Says, if you're in need of a lesson, there is wisdom in the trees. He says, that where he's talking about, in terms of there actually being a place, again, where you are from up north. He thinks you already have it in your mind's eye where he's talking about. I don't know for sure, but there's a place you like to go. I don't know if it's a park or something in someone's backyard in the family, or what it is, right? But it's a place where you sort of liked to hang out and look at your surroundings. And again, he's saying sticking in this, going back and revisiting these places are going to be beneficial. And then the third card is, well, actually, first of all, that second card, Spirit of the Tree, it's card number 12, plus 2 equals 3. So there we have our third 3. And then we have emotions, alchemy, processing, and sensitivity, honoring the flow of all the emotions. And again, this is that water that they were talking about. And I mean, I think you know what I mean by that when I say that. But anyway, this is that, that water, cleansing, clearing stuff, that's connected to a trip back home. He said April's nice. I don't I don't know if he's necessarily recommending April, if April's a good time for you, if April means something to you in regards to just that side of your family. But he said April's nice. Now, that didn't tell me about property, though, and he wants me to get something that's going to help talk about property, so I'm trying to figure out what to pull here. Okay. When's your grandma's birthday? The one that's got a big one. Okay, this is for Nook. Just asking for a couple of cards on the topic Grandpa wants to talk about. Answering about, is there a connection between her and any family property? If so, what is the story of any connection between Nook and family property? Mm-hmm. So what you got here on this question is the Star, the Ace of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles, the High Priestess, the Magician in reverse, and the Hermit. So mostly major arcana, first of all, let's put it that way. So, the question was, what is the story between you and any potential family property, right? So it's in the stars, right? It's already written in the stars. Ace of Wands it's an idea, like it's sort of a new idea in the works, in the energy around this, like, it's swirling, swirling, swirling. Queen of Pentacles, well, she's the queen of home and stability. So, there's a connection to you and a piece of property. Um, High Priestess in this particular case, because in this particular deck, um, means, sort of a magical woman, of course, which could be you, but in this case, it's an elder femme in the family. Magician in reverse, which means there are no tricks up anybody's sleeve. This is a real possibility. This isn't like a stepping stone just to make home sound more interesting. This is something that could actually happen. And the Hermit is another representation of or indication of what property that could potentially be. It's somebody that sticks to home a lot, um, but loves home so very, very much, like very comfortable, very happy there. And people like that. Not only are they happy themselves, but they are happy when someone else follows suit about a property, especially if it's somebody in their bloodline, where they can be like, hey, I might eventually have to leave this property for one reason or another. Either I'm leaving Earth, right, or I'm um, just needing to move because I'm getting older or whatever. And it's even better for me to think of leaving my property in the care and loving hands of blood. What goes on in April then? What's a significant family thing in April? Why are you talking about April like April's nice, wink? Like, do they do, I don't even know if Easter's in April this year, but I'm prompted to ask, do they do Easter really big there? Or, um, mm, I'm looking at, he's sort of saying basically anytime after March 20th ish, which is like after the spring equinox, QSB day. It feels like a sort of more regulated, like annual thing potentially that's happened in that side of the family. Like I don't know, like an elder's birthday, or like I said, like Easter, or um, but regardless, um, anytime after the spring equinox is a good time. And, it could be Q's birthday. It could be like, hey, you know what? That would be a great time. There's family he's not met, and, it'd be a great fun way to have a birthday. It doesn't have to be that weekend. You don't have to like take him traveling on his actual, but like close enough. Okay, so Granddad, number one, knows that you're tired and you need to sleep more before your day starts. But and that this was just like an opener to, because you needed a couple things to think about, some new ideas, but also, um, yeah, there's all of those things. But before we conclude this and then talk about it more later, do you have any clarifier questions for right now? Like, for just what we've read on so far, the things that he's brought up. I'm listening. I'm just going to mute for a second because I have cereal still. Sorry, I was giggling at the Captain Crunch. On my end, your question didn't. I didn't see the very end. It says, "Looking forward to visiting." My current question is, do I have anything to be worried about? An event happening in my home. There's been a lot of drama. I am wondering if I should be. If you should be what? So I would like you to finish that question, or if you statement, and then give me a period of like weeks, like, can we look at, like the safety and whatever in my home over the course of the next 7 weeks or 3 weeks, or I just need a timetable so we can just throw a couple down and figure it out. Here, Joe, hold on.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Soda Smar. A Soda Smar. Yeah, soda. Next 60 days? Okay, I can do that. They want me to use the Dark Mansion Tarot first, especially, which I guess that's, home. So that makes some sense. Pix, I just saw your chap come through. That's really nice of you. Thank you. You've always been next in line regardless, but you're next in line just for FYI, for your interest, for your information. I'm a diet coker. Like, I know aspartame is probably not great for me, but years ago I had to switch from regular cola, or I was like 18 or something when they started putting me on like sort of a diabetic diet. I mean, clearly that's not how I eat. Even then, it was just certain glycemic index foods they were removing because I have insulin resistance, not diabetes. And loaded, meaning sugared soda, was one of them. It took me a minute because I liked Coca Cola. And then what they don't tell you is Diet Coke has like 3 times the amount of caffeine than regular Coke. Something crazy like that. And so you go from being a caffeine junkie to caffeine junkie like really fast. And it's hard to quit. I have a Dr. Pepperite in my house. Um, so those are the two sodas that ever enter this home, are the Diet Coke and the Dr. Pepper. And Joe likes, it's one of the Coca-Colas, but it's called what? Coke Zero?
Yeah, I think so. Zero sugar Coke.
No, sugar. But it has a different substitute, and it always makes me feel like a weirdie, even though probably the aspartame is like kicking my ass or something. It's kicking my aspartame.
Yeah, I mean the replacement is probably just as bad, but you know,
Oh, it's stevia, isn't it?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Now I want to know, but I need to focus on these cards. Hold on, I need to stop talking about soda while I shuffle. Okay. Angels, guides, and ascended masters, those that are of the light and from the light. Please help us to lay a clear answer to next question about her home. The question is, should she be worried about her home? Should she be worried about an event happening? There's been a lot of drama. Should she be concerned about anything that might go on? She's looking for information about the next 60 days, but I guess we would take, if possible, 60 all the way up to 90 if that's possible, because that would get us into, this is end of January, February, March to April, towards the end of April. But please, if we can, focus on the next 60 days. Oh, you guys want me to separate it. So how do you want it to go? With supports? If needed. Okay. So they want me to do a couple of cards for each. They want me to do a couple of cards for the next 30 days, and then a couple for the next 60, a couple for the next 90. Okay, so I guess guides, the first one's going to be the cards that we lay for if Nook should be concerned about anything in the next 30 days. If so, what that looks like, any warnings or advice that you have. This is about the next 30 days in Nook's home. Are there going to be incidents? Should she be concerned? If so, what can you tell her? Are these the ones that you guys want? Okay, for the next 30 days. All right. Do you guys want me to clarify these first or move on to 60 and then do? Okay. Next 60 then, please. Oh, things are flying. Next 60 days in Nook's house. Next 60 days in Nook's house, please. Oi. Okay, Nookie Nook. Okay, the next 30 days. These are the cards, first of all. The Three of Wands, inverted. The Fool, inverted. The Ten of Cups, inverted. The Hanged Man, inverted. I want a clarifier for that one. Yep, I need clarifiers. Shall I use these to clarify guides? Please clarify that Three of Wands inverted. It's already here, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so this is just the first 30 days. So you got the Three of Wands inverted. The support card is the King of Wands inverted. I think I've already said some of this. The Fool inverted. Two of Wands upright. Ten of Cups inverted. But the Star is the support card, and the Hanged Man inverted. The King of, or the the Knight of Swords inverted. Okay. Um, the Three of Wands. Um, Often can be when it's in the right side position, right? Um, about like starting a new journey, hopeful, blah 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 blah. Um, um, but this is inverted, and usually that talks about stagnation, frustration, um, the feeling of being trapped. Um, in your own home, almost like a prisoner in your own home, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is the support card for this is the King of Wands, fire sign. Just to clarify, I know who that is. Inverted, right? So the King of Wands, who really isn't making a successful job at manhood right now. So they are the instigator, or at least the reason why you are involved in this trap in your home. Okay. Um, um, the Fool, right? Um, talks about foolishness and poor judgment, um, making decisions, somebody making the decisions for someone. It's not is somebody who is not a fool at all, who's being very tactical in the way they're doing things. Supported by the Two of Wands. The Two of Wands can mean a lot of new, like, good things, but in this particular deck, it's talking about performative love. So what this is saying is you're going to get trapped in a situation in your home. This is in the 30 days, and um, the fire sign male is going to have to do with that. Like he's your connection to this situation, right? That transpires in your home, and very savvy planning and not considerate at all. And then the Two of Wands, in this case, would be performative love, meaning not love because you're schmoopy about each other, not love because there's reconciliation, love because there's other people watching, god damn it, and you will make this look like a happy relationship. So this means there's likely lots of eyes on it inside the home. And that not only is there someone potentially inside the home that you might not be interested in living around, and that makes that you have no say in the matter. But once they're there, there's going to be an insistence that you perform as happy partner, happy wife, no matter what the reality is, right? Because the way things look is so much more important than the way things are, right? Then we have the Ten of Cups on his head, right? Ten of Cups is like ultimate happiness and joy. This is the opposite of that. Um, Sorry, hold on. Talk a lot about misalignment of values, meaning, you're surrounded by people that like don't have values that you appreciate or agree with. Often it can actually even mean um, they don't have values at all as far as you're concerned. And then this is supported by the star. And the star often talks about renewing of spirit, bringing forth an optimistic outlook for the future. Now, in this case, what it means is all of this stuff, all of these people in your house, both literally and metaphorically, because they're nosy and think that they have a right to be involved. Um, but this could actually spark you sending your own self on a brand new journey because you can't freaking take it anymore. So the star is a positive card in this particular predicament because it's saying, hey, this situation is a shithouse, but it might spark some positive change or some moving in a better direction for the party in question. Um, Hangman, but reverse, right? Hangman is about, um, sort of riding the fence or biding your time or taking time to make a decision. Um, but when it's inverted, um, hold on a second. Sorry. So when it is inverted, when the hangman is inverted, right? It's no longer like, well, I'm waiting, I'm taking my time, I'm going to see. No, this is about like you're sacrificing your time and getting nothing back in return. Um, things are at a standstill, but there's no real reason for it except for you're putting like, and you're putting your entire attention into making something of your home life and it's irrelevant, right? Like, because this is not a standstill in which you are pleasantly pausing to take in your choices. This is a trap. It is a trap. And then being supported by the Knight of Swords, but inverted. The Knight of Swords is someone that comes in really fast, saves the day, and leaves. But he's inverted. He's likely ain't coming at all. And when he does, anytime he does, he's coming very slow and is probably not going to offer much relief. So the first 30 days, I don't like this. It makes me sad to see this. I suspect it's about um, something that, like I'm not going to pretend like being like, oh, I don't know what this could be about, right? I suspect it's likely about the potential of moving someone in. If it is not that scenario, then it is literally something like there's so much drama going on with a partner that you live with that it's like everyone lives at your house anyway because your business is everywhere. He's demanding you to be performative in front of others and fake happy relationship. And so, I mean, it looks to me, it could be either thing. It could be that the drama is so big that there are multiple. Hold on, I'm sorry. I think somebody's knocking on my door. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Um, so yeah, so I sent you a picture of this one too. Um, so it's I like I said, it's either the drama is so intense, and so like the partner is so upset that they bring everyone in on the drama, and your business is everyone's business, and so it's like everybody is just has their eyes on your house, and in your business, and their nose in your business, or it's because someone else moves in and they are more often visiting that person anyway, and they're more often interested in the well-being and happenstance and occurrences in that person's life, which, because you're living there, then puts you under the same spotlight and insists, forms an insistence of certain types of how things have to look, um, 24/7, because now there's somebody living there 24/7 that he doesn't want to know the real truth about any part of his life, not just parts relating to you. 60 days out, it's the Two of Swords right side up, the Ace of Cups inverted, the Three of Swords right side up, and Judgment. I haven't done support cards yet for this. The first 30 days were a lot, in my opinion. Um, but, again, it's only 30 days, so maybe it's a period of pure hell, but it's because people are settling in. I don't know. 60 days, it's the Two of Swords, which usually has to do with making a very strong choice about a course of action. It's like, listen, I only have two choices, A or B. And I'm not basing them. Often, the person in the card with the Two of Swords is also blindfolded, not because they're like crazy, crazy swordsmen, but because they're not basing things off of appearances or how good something looks or doesn't look. They're basing things off of the reality of the situation, and so it's like justice being blind, right? It's trying to make an absolutely accurate and cautious decision that's not based on anything with but the realities, and not getting tangled up in anything else. The Ace of Cups is always about new fresh feelings and a new beginning and a plentiful well of healthy, new, like your feelings either being cleansed and recycled into a new cycle, or the health, or like brand new feelings, or someone else filling your cup, a brand new person in your life, friend, or or experience, work experience, or whatever. But this is inverted, so it is the opposite of the Ace of Cups, right? The Three of Swords is always the same image in different decks, but in this deck, because it's always a heart that has three swords just running straight through it. In this particular deck, because of the nature of the deck, it's like a heart locket, and it's one of those old-fashioned lockets where you'd put a lock of someone's hair, the lock of hair of someone you love, in it. But in this particular situation, there's three locks of hair and there's three swords driven through the heart. That speaks of it on its own pretty strongly. It's usually about emotional betrayal and mistrust, and um, swords are also action, you know, and um, and so it's like actively having someone that hurts you, and then judgment, right? Um, this leading to a time of reckoning is coming, but I'm going to ask for support cards. This is the 60-day. Can we please have support cards for this 60-day reading, one for each? Starting with the Two of Swords, please, and thank you. So one thing I can say, even though I don't like this stuff for you, Nook, is you're right on about those feelings of What do I need to be worried about? Okay, so for the Two of Swords, right, which we talked about, the support card is the Hermit inverted, right? So it was about like choosing a course of action based on reality and necessity. The Hermit inverted means it's, this guy likes to stick around. He likes to, plant roots. This guy is walking on his hands, ripping up all the roots to plant his garden somewhere else. He's loading up and getting the F out of there. Now, the Ace of Cups, which is talking about there's just nothing more that's coming from that. No one's filling your cup of emotion. No one's even trying. It's upside down and empty. Here's that star card again, which is saying, hey, but this might be the upside of this is it motivates you to move, whomever the reading's about, but it motivates one to move in a direction of making their own life better, regardless of what's happening with the other people around them. And then the Three of Swords with the knives in the heart has the Two of Pentacles inverted. Now, the Two of Pentacles inverted, Pentacles, of course, they can talk about money. They can talk about stability. Often there's an eternity symbol with this cashola. And, sorry, hold on. I have hand issues, so I'm frustrated. So, yeah, so so in the Two of Pentacles, it often has the eternity symbol with two coins in it, right? That's, of course, can be about finances. It's also about stability and seeking internal balance, right? But this is inverted. This is saying like there's no balance here, and there's not really an eternity, at least at this juncture either. I can't see eternity. I can't even see next week. I'm so betrayed. This is jacked. Then we have Judgment, right? And then we have the Four of Cups and this bad boy is inverted, or I'm sorry, it's right side up. Oh golly, yeah. Okay, so the Four of Cups right side up always, often, no, always talks about a person who is apathetic, um, negative, completely self absorbed, um, and sometimes lives in a fantasy world. So at the times at which this person is actively investing in anything, it's usually not the reality of something, but how it's expected to look or whatever. And so here it is. It's judgment, right? Judgment day. It's judgment day for this situation. All everything comes down to this, and they don't care. They're apathetic, they're selfish, they're thinking only of what it is they're feeling like doing that day. And so there's nothing about this judgment day that inspires anything different for them, right? Same old, because just because it's judgment day for someone, or because someone they care about saying, hey, this is it for me. They don't care if it wasn't their decision that day. If they're not in the mood for it that day, no matter how long it's been coming, they are apathetic. Now, do I, as always, have empathy for somebody that looks that broken and that disconnected? Of course I do. Um, does that mean something positive for that particular scenario on that day when it's like, look, we are here at the precipice of fucked up and super fucked up, and I'm like to the point where I'm buried in this, and you're like, okay, whatever, whatever, yo, whatever's clever. Don't feel like it today. Don't care. Don't care. What matters to me is today, and what matters to me today is just me. What is I'm wanting to do, and it doesn't matter if it's like fucking the real like biblical judgment day or not. I'm gonna do what I want to do this day and every day, this day and every day. And that's sad. That's sad. Makes me sad for them a lot. For everyone else around them, a lot as well. Okay, I'm gonna throw the next four down real quick, and then um, we're almost at an end anyway. But I need to step out of the room for a second. Gosh darn it, left arm. Don't put that energy into this deck. Okay, so this is please 90 days out for this situation, for Nook's situation, 90 days out. Please see in the home life. Same question. What does 90 days out look like? Wow. Okay, so it's the Seven of Cups inverted, the Seven of Swords right side up, the Nine of Pentacles inverted, and the King of Cups. I will be right back. This is crazy how this happened, how these four came out. They came out together, but fanned out, which is interesting. And at the same time, Spirit was like, why are we doing 90 days when we know what 30 and 60 look like? And it's like, because things can change and shift and people need to know. And they're like, okay, here. So hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, thanks. All right, I'm gonna pull some. Where'd the deck go? Here it is. Supports for day 90 days out. Please get a support card for each in order, please. Okay, take their little picture. Okay, 90 days. We have the Seven of Cups inverted, supported by the Ace of Pentacles inverted. Seven of Cups is usually about having choices to make, but when it's inverted, there are very few choices left. There aren't options. Um, and then supported by the Ace of Pentacles inverted, it's saying basically sort of your home base, your stability is enough in question that it's the only thing that you really can think about, make choices around. Um, so, it's like there aren't options because there's only one thing, that's, and it's very obvious. The Seven of Swords, um, the Two of Pentacles inverted, right? Um, Seven of Swords is sort of like, well, it's a thief in the night is always the way it's depicted. I guess let's start there. Um, and, that could be sometimes surprising to people, but in this scenario, it's sort of um, more like a recommendation, right? Rather than it being like, oh, someone came in the night. Nope. This is about like take your action in the night. Um, like use your brains and your diplomacy. Don't get aggressive. Make your moves in silence. Make your plans in silence. Um, some people, especially the people that are in the wrong in all of these particular readings, will view this as a dishonorable act, as sneaky sneak, right? But you don't really care what a group of like hoodlums or people that are behaving badly, even if they're good people at the heart of things. Um, you don't really care what they think is dishonorable. They don't exactly value honor, and it's legitimate planning. It's a way to plan um, safely and sanely, and to extract whatever you need from a situation, up to and including yourself if necessary. Supported by the Ten of Pentacles inverted, right? Meaning, yet still here, there's no balance, right? There's no eternal anything remaining at this particular moment. We if we haven't already left, there's only that one choice, right? Um, and it's about our security and well-being, and we make plans to leave in the night. The Nine of Pentacles inverted means feels like a lot of the things at this juncture that have been worked for are just disappearing. It's like, oh my gosh, I built this world, or I paid for this and that, or I did these things and I don't feel like I'm going to see the fruits of my labor, um, because uh, well, I don't have access to it. And no, it doesn't matter what I planted here or how many eggs I laid or whatever. I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. And so it doesn't matter what I leave behind, right? There are times where it feels like, oh gosh, I need to have things all aligned perfectly and bring my this and take my that. And it's like, there's like four or five things that are going to be important, and most of them are living beings. And that's all in this particular scenario. Um, Eight of Cups. Eight of Cups is often about abandonment or abandoning. So it's like, we had all of these plans, and things are completely on their head, and there's no security. And the places where I'm supposed to feel the most at ease, I'm not at all at ease. And so I'm abandoned, but I'm also leaving. I'm abandoning these plans. I'm walking away, letting go. I'm moving on. I'm moving to other places sometimes. Um, I'm feeling lonely and leaving a bad situation, and I'm starting to get tired from all of this. Um, and so it's the time to go while I still have the energy to leave. Um, then it's the King of Cups with the Sun. And this makes me wonder who the King of Cups is. I don't know if you have a sibling who's a water sign, or a family elder who's a male water sign, or a good family friend that's a male water sign. Um, or if it's not a male water sign, this is a male that really has a good life balance thrown together, um, who stays rational, who has their feet on the ground, who's good to people, and definitely is somebody that cares a great deal for you and would help you in any way they possibly could. So all of this abandoning eventually leads to this person who is willing to extend their hand emotionally and otherwise, and I can help you. And then at the end, you know, there's the sun. It's supported by the sun. Um, so saying there's always light at the end of the tunnel, there's somebody very much there that you can reach out to, or that will reach out to you. Um, but hopefully you don't have to run this whole gambit. Hopefully, you know, day day 30, when things go start to look wonky, in that first 30 days, you can find some way to extract yourself, um, even if it's temporarily, so that when all of the initial whatevers are transpiring, you're just not around, whether you're traveling to visit family, or you have a temporary thing that you had to travel to do for work, and whatever the excuse is, right? A way to get yourself out of the scenario, and maybe if you can leave and temporarily for a short period of time in that 30 days or 60 days, we never know what decisions will change certain things. But this is what happens if you stick around for 30 days, for 60 days, and 90 days. If you make different choices to not stick around, or to temporarily go visiting, take a vacation, whatever, that could disrupt this flow. But if you have no plans and you just choose to stick it out, it's going to get hairy. But the wonderful thing about that hairiness is there's very clearly someone of merit doesn't expect anything from you, who's willing and able to give. And it is not a trap, it is not a trick. They're not holding anything over you. And the sun, um, supports it, which is joy and the center of the universe. And I think it's interesting too that you have suns, um, right? Because they're always going to be there as well. Um, and they are the center of the universe as well. So this person, at the end, you're with this supportive person who's kind and emotionally generous and not a bully. And you also, your universe is centered, right? You have the sun. I hated that for you. Um, but I sent you all the pictures, and in the future, we can do more to clarify some things, like some steps. It makes a little sense to me now why your granddad wanted to be like, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about, what even just a trip home could offer you in terms of awareness and awakening and realization about what you have, um, what resources you have that you've forgotten about. It makes sort of a lot of sense that he really wanted to jump in and talk about that. I don't know if you're asleep or stunned. Are you okay?
There are three people in the chat, and I'm one.
You're one of them. Well, I know Pix is
Oh,
here.
there she is.
I knew Nook was here, but I didn't know if she was awake because I
Yeah.
babbled a lot. Um, and I know Ray was here up until a point. She might still be here nodding off. I'm not really sure. um, Nook, I don't like that, but was any of that surprising? I don't feel like it was a surprise to you. Well, please understand, like, you had a family member from the other side jump in before you even asked a question and said, there's a lot of resources you don't know about. And nobody said that that was the end of everything, but it did talk. I mean, I think it is saying a lot about, at least temporarily think about, kicking it somewhere else for a bit. I don't know if you're worried about someone moving in. I know that's a possibility, or if it again, if the whole world is just going to think your stuff is their business. I think it's more likely that someone that sucks their attention is going to come there, right? And and then they will be all up in your business in every way. But um, don't forget, there's offers on the table from even people in this room if you need help, and um, that we can, do more finite things later. And also, there's just a part of me that, even though, like, I'm frustrated a lot of the times with this person, I sort of, there's a part of me that also wants to say, don't forget, it could be that you have to extract yourself, and then this person comes and says, can you get me out too? Because they've gotten themselves in a family situation where they're equally buried, but they're just not going to see it at first because it's not going to be as much pressure on them. So I don't think you have to see it as the whole end of everything, but it may be the end of like living in that space. I think if you figured a way out, like not too long after you figured a way out, you'd be hearing from them going, "Oh my God, you were so smart to get out. Is there space for me in your life?" And it'd be like, "Well, you have some serious amends to make. But yes, I figured a way for me. I can figure a way for you to get an apartment near wherever I am or whatever." Because they're going to want out eventually when they wake up. He's not awake to anything. I've always hated how much I like him in spite of him. It'd be much easier if he was just like a straight up villain rather than just a broken human, as somebody that cares about you. But he's everybody's a valid human, but his validity is more evident than a lot of supervillains, I guess. And so, I still always think eventually, but like you have to get yourself happy first. But yeah, there's a lot of people um, that can help, and then there's more people that if you shared the information, if it ever comes down to the point where you're actually making decisions, um, if you shared your situation, there's a lot more people that would then offer opportunities. I mean, I know that you feel that way, right? And that's the very rational thinking. I'm not saying you're being delusional. I'm just saying the universe is more surprising than that. And I don't think your granddad hopped on to say, look, there are options you don't even know about and support you haven't even dreamed about available to you if you poke around. Um, so, yes, of course. First of all, your money is not obligated. When you cease to live in those spaces, your money is not obligated. And Taurus has no say. So if you need to go somewhere where you can receive more support, fuck him. Fuck him. And maybe you're right about the job thing, but I still think if you have support and a space potentially out there with your name in it, um, it would be less scary than you think. If, I understand you've really been both isolated intentionally on your part and by a partner who intentionally isolated you further. So I understand not being able to be like, oh, I see all of the, groups that can help me or people, right? But there are people, especially back home, but all over the place, that could offer some little form of assistance. And likely the whole picture is going to be patchwork together by a whole handful of people that can offer certain things. But it could patchwork together something pretty nice to get you to where you need to be. um, as long as you understand, you know, it might be a really beautiful quilt made of love, but it's not going to maybe look like the original one you had in mind. But um, if you let people, a lot of people would help you, because I think you would help a lot of people if they let you. Sort of, so it's sort of going to be the same energy. I still super think there should be some website somewhere where um, they have a website where it's like people that are heads of household that have children, right? Where it's like a website where it's like, hey, I need to get somewhere and you need to get somewhere, and we live in the same area. We both belong to this website. This website is insisted on background checks. It's almost like dating, right? But instead of dating, they do extra background checks, and you find someone that you can split a house payment with, another single parent, you know, and they've undergone background checks, and you guys can talk to each other. There should be some service like this, and there are through certain organizations, but they should be more widely available. It shouldn't be that you have to hit a certain mark of negativity in your life in order to find this. There should be some millionaire could get so much grant money and so much financial like support from advertisers and things, if they just set up a site like this where you could do your background check, they could do theirs, you could chat online, you could do video chats, you could talk to each other for weeks before you made a decision, and then sign a temporary thing, where you see if you can split a house payment, as stepping stones. Somebody should do it. It would make a lot of difference in people's lives. And even if it was just like, hey, they even decided the spaces, like it's like, hey, this group of business parks or whatever, or this group, this big group of real estate places that own this type of apartment that has an apartment in practically every city, those apartment complexes, that are part of huge corporations, well, they participate in this and they get huge tax write-offs, and so they offer shorter term leases for people to go in together, and then a lot of people then choose to stay there because they've been treated well, and they get bigger places or townhomes or whatever, and so it's worth it to them to invest in these people early, and in the spaces that have the short term leases, right, like can take in another group, another set of single parents that need help financing their start.
It sounds like you have the beginnings of a proposal. Maybe it just needs to circulate among, the various interest groups.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's on my channel, like, but I said it. So if it's to happen soon, somebody out there that has money that wants those tax write offs and wants those, because do you know how many, like women and men too, if they went to an apartment complex that gave, that let them find a roommate, and it's like a 3 bedroom townhome, right? And of course, maybe mamas have to share bedrooms with their kiddos for a little while, but there's another adult there, so if you're in the shower, somebody falls down and everybody's okay and they've undergone background checks and stuff. And then this apartment complex or this townhome group has been so nice. Well, as soon as they're on their feet, a lot of people are going to want to reinvest and just buy a townhome there, right? Because they know the neighbors and the group has been great to them, and now they can just afford their own 3 bedroom spot, and
Yeah,
and so it's just going to feed itself. They're going to have loyal clientele as long as they're decent, and it
yeah,
could help so many freaking people. I mean, and of course, I'm thinking of single parents with kids, but there's so many other people, like people in my category, like enormous disabilities, right? so they don't have to murder themselves like working too much because they shouldn't be working much. They could find another disabled person and both people work something part time, right? They get on their feet, get things in order, especially those that are like a lot of people that have that transition to disability, temporary or permanent, where they have to do all that paperwork and undergo all of those doctor's appointments and stuff. Like this would be a temporary place to dwell while they're figuring that stuff out. And then they may not be the people that rent the 3-bedroom townhomes, but they'll rent a 1-bedroom place in this place if it's been decent to them, especially knowing probably a lot of other disabled people are going to do the same thing and they're going to have neighbors that understand them. And so, or poor college students. But again, the background check is part of being part of the service. And having the staff of whatever place this is involved is another aspect to ensure everyone's safe and honest. But it still would be self-sustaining. Okay, so the one billionaire that ever hears this by random, this was definitely for you. Think of the tax write-offs. Think about how many single mothers there are just in the United States alone. Okay, I'm reading Miss Pixie. Ma'am. Okay, so I know you have stories you want to tell, and I have a couple questions that they want me to ask you, but um, you paid for a reading, so tell me what it is you want, and then I'll have your mama yell at us about what order we should do stuff in. And your grandmama. Oh, and your great grandmama. They're like, we're all here, woman. Granddaddy's here too. Can never remember if he's great granddaddy or just granddaddy. You have no stories and you don't need a reading. That's not what they were talking about. Yeah, I'm just saying, that's not what they had said. We need to fill you in. Well, I mean, I know that you need a reading. You need to read about your bubula leaving. They have a couple like poignant questions to ask about that. And then I know you'd like a reading about who all's in your house and if they have recommendations about like your craft room and like which room should be which, and if the folks in your house are going to be there, like who should we allow to say, who should we ask to go. um, but I sort of thought your bubalo was going to be first since that's like tomorrow. You don't? Okay. I mean, I'm going to need that. If what you want is a cleansing, we need to know who the residents are, some of them are going to need to stay. It's not like when we move into a place and we clear it, right, and people sage it. I mean, maybe some people have the expectation that just everybody goes, like, get the fuck out, it's my place now. But, like, a lot of people sort of know I'm asking anything that doesn't serve my greater good to leave. But that doesn't mean everybody's going to leave, because there's plenty of energies that might serve your greater good that might actually be beneficial to stay. And the more you can learn about each other and collaborate to figure out who that might be and who needs to be asked specifically to leave. Like, there might be some where you just say, please go, and they go. There might be some that say, please go, and they go, no, I'm here for a purpose that's good for you. And there might be some that say, no, I don't want to. And then we have to deal with them differently. And you need to know, because like what's okay with you. Like, I mean, I know you don't want to see things and hear things that scare you. Like, I understand that. Like, that's normal to want for your house, right? But um you need to also decide, like, it's like, yeah, okay, they could stick around at least initially and figure out how we all do together, right? Or, nope, I need them to please leave. And if they're not collaborative, we need to find angels or something to help us move this person out, right? Angels to step in and help find them a new space, be their realtor. And then but the cleansing stuff for me, based on what I can read on the house just energetically from a distance and stuff so far, is more than the active spirits, the stagnant, probably some of the stagnant energy and the sad, sorrowful energy has actually manifested into um, a consciousness of some kind or another. And so, those things need to be addressed and not necessarily disrespected, because they didn't ask to be created out of someone's abject sorrow, or mournfulness or whatever, and they now exist. So it's more like helping them to find the light and joy now that there's space and room for them to do so, and say, hey, you know what? There's a lot of cool stuff outside now that you're allowed to go out. Like, I think y'all should take a look at the world, you know, um, and let those energies, like we've talked about, some of those energies are going to be almost like scared. They've never existed anywhere else before. And, one day they might get to be the wind, they might aspire to be so active and flowy that they can join the wind and be part of the wind. But right now, all they know is I sit in a closet and I'm sad all the time. And that's what's been the case. Um, and so then it's got to be like, and she was clearly scared of a lot of things. And so, they probably know more fear than anything else, actually. And so that would make a lot of change scary. Like, her intense fear of change is going to affect them, not the consciousnesses, not the sisters, for example, that were there before her. Um, One of the sisters said, though it annoyed the shit out of me. I told you, I know that you're like, please, I don't want to see you, I don't want to hear you, because I don't want to get startled. But, like, if you knew these ladies, you'd want to be their friends. You guys would enjoy sitting in your sunroom being like, what the shit did that neighbor think? What is she wearing today? What the hell? She's always yelling at her husband. I think she just needs to look in a mirror and shut the hell up. And it's all in good fun. Nobody actually is mad. They have that energy.
It sounds like that movie that we watched about these ladies in the South.
We've watched a few. Are you talking about Yeah Yeah Sisterhood?
No, the one with Dolly Parton.
Oh, you're talking about Steel Magnolias. So you're talking about like when she's like, um, half a chicken parish would give their eye teeth to take a whack at Wazer. That one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, here, hit this. Are you crazy? Are you high, Clary? Right. Well, I mean, I think number one, yes, like you got to ask them to do gentle things, and to try not to startle you. I don't think that either one of them ever would want to startle you in a trillion years. They're so excited about the life you're bringing in, and about they're excited. They keep saying she's going to put color on the walls, and we're so excited to see the color on the walls. One of them's talking about the movie Pollyanna. Do you remember the movie Pollyanna?
Yeah.
Um, so she's talking about the scene where Pollyanna makes friends with the cantankerous neighbor lady, and um, she brings her all of these little prismatic crystals to hang in her window so she can have rainbows everywhere. And they were like, I think it might be nice and helpful to have a couple of those crystals from Pollyanna in the windows of the sunroom. Bring some rainbows just inside. I think that would be really useful. So they're like already like wanting to contribute to how to alter the energy for positivity. And whomever it is said, plus I always just really loved that movie. It was darling. They also, one of them just said, and lady, here's the clue on your craft room. Think ventilation. You're going to want the one with the better ventilation to be your craft room, because you're going to use paint and spray paint and glues and all kinds of things. They were like that hot wire you use to carve styrofoam and shit like that. And you need to choose the one that has better ventilation. So I don't know if it's a matter, I'm sure it's a matter of windows to a certain degree, but it's also a matter of the way else the smells can escape to. Is the smaller room the one with better ventilation? They said yes, probably. And they said shit, she would love to have one of those cool little things where it's like shelving as far as the eye can see, and sometimes it's shelving that moves, and it's like, wow, what are these kids are going to think of next? Um, and you move it, you open it, and then there's more spaces to put shit. And they're like, and so you could have magic. What did you guys call it? You guys are funny. I can't think of it either. Oh, it's Rubik's Cube. They were showing me it. They were like, it's going to be a magic one of those things, the cube where you turn it and you line up the colors, right? And like, but you change it, changes shape and color a little bit. There's room for everything. They're talking about special storage, and they're saying the ventilation could literally, as much time as you hope to spend in that room, plus they think you might even spend more time than you even imagine. They're like, think about that. That type of difference, that type of ventilation could literally add years to your life if you choose the room that's healthier for you. And you can put your shit anywhere. Someone just said, it's your house. She said, it's your goddamn house. You can use a closet in the hallway to put more shit in and wheel it in if you need it. It's your goddamn house. Well, you said it. She said, you're sure not making me sound like much of a lady. It's like, number one, you said it. And I like you. And number two, I mean, we were just talking about steel magnolias and ladies from the South. You don't sound like not like a lady. You sound like a spitfire, but also a lady to me. They're flirting about your husband and said, ask Jimmy, he'll know. He's so smart. He's cute too. I think it's the small, whatever one you're calling the smaller one, hun. I don't know if it's because the windows are on different sides, like there's like one on each wall and you're going to get a different kind of cross breeze, or if one's on the corner of the house and one's in the center, so the one on the corner will get better breeze. I'm not sure what it is, but because they're talking about it's your house, you can use a closet in the hall or whatever, I think it is the smaller one. Is there one that's on the corner of the house? Yep, there you go, hon. It's the corner room that's going to have more ventilation. Now, don't tell Jimmy unless he's listening to this. If he is, hi, Jimmy. If he's not, don't tell him I said anything and just ask him, like, which room he thinks would have better ventilation. They maintain thoroughly that they're saying, Spirit is saying, not just the ladies. Okay, Spirit is now involved. And I mean, the ladies are Spirit, but you know what I mean. Um, they're saying with some of your family medical history, right? Protecting your lungs is one of the best things you could do, and inhaling all that chemical fumes and shit. Oh, he already thinks you should be in the blue room. So they already knew when they were flirting about him what he was going to pick, and that he agreed with them. And Spirit agrees too. They are saying watch the door to your room though because of smells. But I suppose it's a situation where if you were doing something particularly like chemically, you could leave the door between the rooms closed, right? And just enter your room through another door. It's good. Yeah, I think primarily so far one of them has done the talking, the taller of the two. They're both tall though. Like I told you, they remind me so much of like um, Julia Child and her sister. Like um, they feel very tall, but the taller of the two, I believe, is the elder. Is that right, guys? Is the elder of you two the taller? No. Okay. Actually, so the shorter one is the elder. The taller one is the younger sister. They said the mouth. The one that talks less said she's the mouth. Medea. Okay, so far I've heard. Well, we both were married at different times, but the one that was married and upstairs was, and then I didn't hear the rest. So they both were married. Were you guys? Did you both have your spouses in that house at different times? I think it was the younger of the two. I think it was the younger of the two that had the husband upstairs. Is that right? Okay, so all I got so far is it was one of it was the husband's idea um, initially. Like they were fine just sharing, and then he didn't like having. Basically, he thought his sister-in-law was too opinionated. He thought his wife was too opinionated, but he married her, and so it was his idea to separate some things, and uh, I guess to some degree they eventually just agreed. Was there a library fire in town at one point? Something about the fire, and I don't think it was at the house. Are you guys saying there was a fire at the house? Nothing worse than her terrible cooking. So I don't think there was a fire at the house of any significance. I think it was either if it was at City Records there was a fire. If it was at the library there was a fire. So, ladies, is there like a record of any type of prints, like anywhere? The only thing I can hear that's clear is City Registrar's Office, which I don't know if that's where plans are usually kept or not. Ladies, would if there are plans at all available, would they be the ones before your renovations or after? It would be before she said we didn't give them no like exacting plans after we did what we did. If there are some, I'd be surprised. Was one of them kind of almost like a mudroom? Does it face west where you think the porch was? Huh. Okay, so let's see if we're facing south. They're talking about sitting somewhere and like I don't know, they're like shucking peas or what they're doing, right? Like cleaning pea pods. I can't tell, but they've got like bowls of something, and they were talking about watching the sunset. So let's see if we were facing south. You could, I guess, look off to the side. Is it southwest? Because they have a pretty clear. It's a pretty clear shot. There was a porch. I don't think it was wraparound though. It was a good porch. They're saying it was a good porch, but I don't think it was wraparound. I know it's sunset, ladies, right? It's not sunrise. It's sunset. Okay. And it's wooden because I can hear their feet, you know what I mean, walking on it. Front porch faces west. Okay. So that must be what they're talking about. Somebody went, yep. But they're saying it used to be bigger than it looks now or something. Can you guys explain what that means? Because, like, it just goes to wherever the end of the house is, right? Like, used to go out farther from the house. Like, it was pretty big. We could have a lot of, like, seating stuff out there, swing and all kinds of stuff. Because somebody did concrete, so you'd have to dig up the concrete and make it wood again if it was to keep it historical. Is that the deal? Because the concrete isn't accurate to the time. They used to hide stuff under the porches. I'm not sure what kind of stuff. It feels like fun stuff. Like it's not like it's not like guns, right? It's like things they didn't want their folks to know about, or an animal they weren't supposed to bring home. Somebody
That
said,
reminds me of somebody.
someone said, "Oh yes, oh yes." Um, they loved the root cellar. First, I think they both said something at the same time because one said, "Oh yes, Papa loved that root cellar," but someone said, "Oh yes, Mama loved that root cellar." So I think both parents like the root cellar. Well, it was under. I mean, I get the impression anywhere there was a porch, but they had been talking about the front porch, right? And it was wooden, and it was raised off the ground, right? And so, there would have been like slats where you could hide a kitten or a mama and her kittens, or your sister's bike. Someone just said your sister's bike. I mean, it wasn't. It would be like how some people would view a crawl space, right? It's like it's not that tall, but for little kids, this place was a great place to crawl around and hide stuff. It's probably under the back porch, which is now like a mudroom. Maybe they're so into on the faces west. I don't know if it's just they like back there. It's like there was work on the land to some degree back there or something, and so they didn't go back as much there, or if it was messier. Yeah, but I mean, it would have been there when they were there at some point if they grew up there and then bought the house the way it sounds like. Yeah, it was big. And somebody said, yeah, it was big enough that nowadays, if you had it built that way, you could hide those extra goats from your husband or that weird ass cow. I don't know if you know this, Joe, but so Pixie's always been looking at like pygmy goats and stuff, and that's been from the beginning. Like when they were talking about this house, like from the beginning, somebody giving them a house, which seemed weird to her, and just weird in general. And they were also talking about little pygmy goats. Like her mom's been like, and you can have those goats, and everybody's been saying okay to the goats, right? Well, now she wants little miniature cow.
Yeah, I was wondering where
Everybody's
the
giving
weird
her
ass
hell
cow
about.
came from.
Everybody's giving her hell for the cow, including these ladies. You know, her mama from the beginning was like, "You can have those goats," and I was even at the beginning. I was like, "Tell Jimmy about the goats," and she was like, "I've said stuff about goats in the past," and he's been like, "No," and I was like, "Well, when you have your own backyard, it might be different." And then I don't know really like if they ever fully agreed, but it didn't seem like he disagreed to the goats, right? So the goats have always been sort of like, "Yep, they're coming at some point." But now there's these miniature cows, and everybody's like, "Wait a second, just get more goats."
I know I heard of goat yoga, but maybe she could start cow yoga.
Kawoga. Kawoga. I'm digging through the group chat now because she sent pictures of them there. Tiny cows. Yep. I got a picture of the tiny cow to share with Joe.
Wait, so you got the cow? They got the cow already?
No, no, she's just cow shopping.
Oh, oh, I see.
Like how I voraciously look at like tarot decks. She, or buying people stuff from Poshmark. She looks at baby cows, not baby, mini, because like they full grown, they're tiny. Tell us,
Oh my goodness, I didn't expect that.
yeah, they're cute, right?
They look like little puppies.
See now, Joe wants a baby miniature cow.
I do.
Oh my god, a mini rodeo. Or you could do a kids rodeo, right? Like a 4 and 5 year olds. Chasing around a teensy tiny grease pig. Yeah, if you do kids though, even more people would pay, right? Because every grandparent would have to come. It's like a dance recital, right? Every grandparent, every Sunday school teacher, every friend down the block, like they would have to come. Plus, if you have kiddos' birthday parties with the bounce house, right, you literally could do mini kid rodeo, right? And it can just be like, you know, low energy to a certain degree, but it's like go out and rope. Here's go out and rope the cows. Have your little baby rodeo. Go out and go milk the cows. It's like the 4-H portion of the.
Yeah, that was a lot cuter than I anticipated.
Yeah, see, Joe's like, oh no, 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 I want one. He's like, damn it. I totally thought I could take the high beyond my high horse about the little cow, but now I'm like, damn it, I want a little cow. Listen, I love animules a lot. And I think the cow's beautiful, but I still, for whatever reason, I'm not falling for the cow the same way. I mean, I don't even mean for me, I just mean for you. It's something about the goats that will be able to both take care of you. And there's something about the cows. I don't know if they have a lot more health problems, but they're going to be like high maintenance and almost heartbreaking. It's something about, I don't know if it's one singular cow, like the first cow is going to be a sickly cow, or if they're sort of have notorious health problems because they're miniature cows and have been bred funny. I don't know, but there's something about the cows that sounds sad
Hmm.
or energetically speaking. Because I don't wouldn't automatically assume, oh, the cows are devastating. Like, why would I think that naturally as a thought?
When I was little, we had a goat and a little one, and I remember feeding the goat.
When you say a little one, you mean a goat and her kid?
Yeah,
Okay, goat and baby goat. Man, the second kitten chops deck shuffles even dreamier than the first. It's like it looks like a shuffling machine. They're so smooth and they're smaller, so they're less challenging.
they make a pleasant sound.
Yeah, I like them. One of the ladies said it'd be cute if you bought them like a traditional chicken coop where it has the little like sort of gangplank to get up into the coop because they're so little. It'd be cute to see them march up and down it every day, like, and then paint the outside like a little pirate ship. Since she's like, you know, little goats are like little pirates anyway, stealing your stuff, chewing on it, taking it back to their ship. Get a traditional chicken with the gangplank and
Yeah,
make a house for
goats
your
can eat
goat.
almost anything.
Well, so there, I mean, hard question, I don't know, challenging question. So when you were talking about, um, being upset about things going down tomorrow, they were like, yes, like nobody is going to argue, right, that she has real feelings about that. But some of these feelings that she has are, in our opinion, as spirit. Number one, it's because she thinks she's supposed to have them, and she's going to protest and be like, "No, I just feel it." And we want her to second guess that a little bit. Not entirely. She does feel it. She does have feelings about it. She's a human being, and that's her baby, right? But it's because he's not going to probably be gone that long, and he's going to be with her sister, and he's not like 12, and you're worried about him not functioning. Um, they're like some of it is expectation, right? It's like when you become an empty nester, you're supposed to take to your bed and get dramatic, or you ain't a good lady. And they're like they seem pretty convinced. Number one, that some of this is that. Some of this is that you have it in your head that you're almost not a good mama unless you sort of make a scene. And then number two, they wanted to ask, what are you really afraid of? Because it's not that you're afraid of him being where he's going to go, right? You're barely afraid of him even going out too terribly much once he gets there. You're not even afraid of that, Like, so they're saying take any kiddo's name out of the picture, right? What is it you're really afraid of? Because like they're going down the list, right? They're like, you were a great mama, so it's not like your kids aren't going to come back and visit you. This one especially is going to come back and live with you longer than you will ever want it to be possible. there may have been a time when maybe you were afraid of being alone with Jimmy, but they don't think it's now. They think things have changed for the good enough that that fear might be there a little bit, but largely that's not it. You're not afraid of living separate from your dad, right? So what is it they want to know? Is it fear of aging? Is it fear of not having enough to do? Is it fear of being left alone with yourself too much? Right, but they keep saying, first of all, they're not all gone. He'll be back living with you in no time. You even know that. And then none of them are gone. Freaking one of them got married, is in the process of divorce, and has left his wife and child 2 houses down. And I understand you said you only have him on Sundays right now, but that's a lot, and it's 2 houses down. Yeah, I didn't think it'd be aging either, but I wasn't sure. And it's just one of the questions, right? Because they're not all gone. And again, because they keep saying you were a good mama, so you are a good mama. They're going to still need you for a lot of stuff, and they're still always going to come back. And especially once you have a space where they can visit you in particular, you're going to have more visitors than you used to. So, that's they were like, a couple years ago we would have said maybe you're afraid of being alone with Jimmy. And maybe there's a teeny bit of that because all couples are like that when stuff gets quiet, and it's going to go from being in dad's house with him as well as kids to just the two of y'all. But they were like, we don't really think it's going to be that now. And so they were like, is it being alone with yourself, because that's the only thing we can think of. No, but she'll be a couple blocks over. I gotta tell you, you live in a town where what will the drive be? 5 minutes max? I don't think it's even that long. And if you have little goats and a space for kiddo, an actual like a guest room for kiddo, you think she's not going to take full ass advantage of that? I think you're on the glue if you think you won't. I think you'll see them more, especially at the beginning, because they'll be novelty. Faster than you can think of it, you may actually have one of your siblings, or one of your, not siblings, one of your children's spouses and a child living with you. You never know once you have space. He'll be in your dad's shoes faster than you can say lickety split. The point is, they're really thinking that it's about you being alone with you, and I think that that's why they wanted to call it out and why they said it would be hard, because it means there's some work to do about how you feel about you. And that's not a bad thing, knowing that. It means that you're self aware and you're going to start doing things to clarify that relationship, just like you would if you were struggling with some other relationship and you were going to have to spend a lot of time alone with that person. If this is going to be about spending a lot of time alone with yourself, um, you know, it's not a bad thing. It's just admitting whatever it is, right? Admitting whatever it is the first step, and then moving into fixing it. My God, you might have time to actually become your own best friend. My life had to pretty much eliminate me from any possibility in the world at times with my health and stuff. Had to like completely lock me in literally one room in the dark for like more than a year at a time due to health issues. And in the dark, in the dread, in the terror, like health wise, I became my own best friend. And most of the time, that relationship is still in pretty good tact. And it changed everything for the better. And the thing is, yourself is the only thing God gave you that's a permanent friend that will always be with you. That's yourself. And learning to sit with yourself and accept the good and the bad and the boring and the annoying, which I think sometimes bothers all of us more than anything else about ourselves. And then it goes from like barely tolerating and it being so wildly uncomfortable you want to rip your skin off to it being okay but neutral, and you need to find a lot of other things to occupy your time. And then it goes to like pretty decent acquaintances where maybe you still are filling your time with sort of weird hobbies, but rather than like doing it to avoid, it's like now you're doing it with another person where the other person's you and you guys are both sort of like laughing at the same jokes. And then eventually you realize you is the one person you want to spend the most time with in the world. And it's not an arrogance thing. It's a thing that changes your life for the better for forever, because then anybody that you add into your life is only this adds benefit because you have your needs met by you, the one person God gave you to be with you all the time. I know. I know you have. Like, no one said, like, hey, dumbass, you should have figured this out before now. But they were saying, yes, there is some aspect of missing kiddo. Yes, there is, but this is, you're crying. Like, more like, I love you, and I want you to know I love you, but also, why are you leaving me alone with me? Stop leaving me alone with me. I'm boring and annoying, and it's gonna be so lonely. And they're saying, you're a pretty entertaining lady. You'll be able to make yourself laugh pretty soon. You're not that scary. We all like you. Although somebody, I don't know who it was, they after a little bit of silence, they were like, though we think it's adorable that you think you're done raising kids. They're like, you forgot about the part where they leave home and they get confused about everything and then come back home and go, Mama, how I wash my clothes? Mama, how I do this? Mama, my lights are off. Well, did you pay the bill? No. I put the soap in the thing. I put the laundry detergent in. I put my laundry in. Now I can't get the damn thing started. Did you put quarters in? No. What do you mean? You gotta pay for it with quarters. Mama, I thought I'd just stop by because I want to see you. Oh, what's that you got behind your back? Oh, I promise it's not 70 pounds of laundry, Mama. I just came to see you. It's not that you have freely running hot water tank water that can wash my clothes that I don't have to put quarters feeding into it. It's that I love you so much. Okay, I've got to put a couple of these decks back over before I knock them down. Hold on a second. Over here. Over here you go. Here we go. The washer went out of his apartment, the shared washer. Oh man. See, that's why they were teasing about it. They know exactly what's up. I don't, but they're mocky enough that it doesn't matter. I feel like I'm going to pull one card from each of my new decks just so I can show the pictures. Let's see, this is going to be Spirit. What card from the Magical Spirit deck do y'all want to show? This one. Okie dokie. Okay, so this will be the first one. Hi. Hi, Jimmy. You woke up for a second and said hi. 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 Okay, Spirit from this deck. What card do you want to show from this deck? Okay, the star. Okie dokie artichokes. Hold up. Okay, what about this deck? Which card do you want to show off from this deck? Oh, I dropped too many. Okay. Okay. Okay, from this one. Come on, box. Okay. What one from this deck? Ooh, ooh. Okay. And this one. You said what now? We found out a storm from a hurricane at the house next door. Ah, I was wondering. You said it didn't look like fire. And when you were talking about it, they didn't say anything about it. Fire. Okay, which one from this deck? Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Which one from this deck? Lots of new decks. We're lucky with decks. Which one from this deck? Spirit. Okay. This this would be the Emperor, I see. Okay. In this deck, and then we've got one more deck. One more new deck. A card from each deck. Do. Okay, from this deck. Card from. Okay, wow, that was fast. Okay. Okay, so the first one that came out was from the Magical Spirit Oracle. And hold on, here we go. This is the back of all of the cards from the Magical Spirit Oracle. And then the card that they chose is called the Red Rose. It said, overcoming obstacles, finding joy, carefree, don't worry, darling, you'll find your way. So that one, and I'm going to put it with its friends now, came from the Magical Spirit Oracle deck. Let's put you back with your friends. Okay, there you go. And tuck you back into your box. There we go. The next one came from the Sacred Web Tarot. This is the Emperor. So this is the back of all of the Sacred Web Tarot cards. This is the Emperor. Hi, Miss Cat. Okay, so now this one's going to go back with its little friends. Where's your little... Oh, here's your band. You can get tucked back into your little boxaroo. Where's your book? There's your book. Good job. Now you're in your box. Okay, so then the next one is from the Pipspeak Tarot, which is a new Kitten Shops deck. And it's a Pip deck. This is the back of all the cards. And then this is Roi de P, which means the King of Swords. And all her stuff is just so frickin' joyous. I say that almost angrily. God damn it, her stuff is so joyful. What the fuck's wrong with you, Kitten Chops? Okay, we've got three. Yep, three shown. Okay, this one's from the Dark Mansion Tarot. It's the star card. They chose just one from each deck of the new decks. This is the back of all the decks. And then this is the star card for this deck. She pretty. Okay, now she can go back in with her friends. Go back in. Have a little naparoo. Okay, this one is this one is from the Roast Iconic Oracle deck. This is the back of all the cards. This one is the triggered card. Triggered! She's very triggered. And very orange. She's so triggered, she looks like she might like bite our face or something. I don't know. I don't know about that lady. She's gonna go back in with her friends. If she has any. And then this is from the Creative Consciousness Healing Oracle deck for self-healing, self-care, and loving your inner child. This is the back of every card. And this is the forgiveness card. It says forgiving yourself at a cellular level. Card number 34. I think these are really pretty. Okay. And that was ta-da! Spirit choosing one from each of the new decks. Let me scroll back a little bit. Hold on, I was doing the weird stuff. Hurricane. You'll be at the house. What time tomorrow afternoon? How ironic. What's ironic? And then I saw Miss Cat say, hey, hey, hey. And what time tomorrow? I mean, I want to try to be there regardless. I'm having some weird health stuff. What was the first one? Oh golly, what was the first one? Um, was it from the magical spirit one about the rose? I don't remember the order now. Hold on a second. Put this here. Ouch. We're just stepping on everything. Yes, yes, birds. Yes, birds. I did. I said stepping on everything. I could grab. Okay, what else am I supposed to grab? Okay, the pendulum. Rawr. Pendulum. And this one. Just to leave these here just in case. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, there they are. There's like, let's put the rods up too because we can have a deck or two out without forgetting. Stop! What happened? Stop. What happened? What happened? What did you get scared of? Are you walking in your sleep? I think you're walking and scream squawking in your sleep, girl. Cover brother up. Just cover brother up. Let's let you out because yeah. Did you have a bad dream? Are you okay? Good Beaky, are you okay? Did you have a bad dream? Hmm? Bad dream? That was scary, scary bird noises. Okay. I'm sorry you got scared. I think you were scared in your dreams. Because I don't know what could have happened in this room to freak you out like that. Holy heck. Okay. Put my headset back on just in case that happens again. 1, 2, 3, somewhere around there before the King of Swords. Oh. Oh golly. So there was the there was the rose, right? There was the rose. Then there was oh shit. Um Oh, okay. Then there was the Dark Mansion Tarot. I wonder if it was that one. Who's Medea? You've brought Medea up a few times. Who's Medea? Yes, ma'am, we have 3 hours and 33 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if I can pull it up. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, it was the star. The star was the one from this deck. The star. And then, yeah, it was the King of Swords from the other deck. It was the Rose one from that Oracle deck. It was the Emperor, which was the is represented by like the ram or the goat on that Sacred Web one. It was the triggered card from that Oracle deck. Oh, I don't know. It's the Oracle deck of Super Attitude. That's all I know. And then um, it was that inner child forgiveness thing. Have you been calling the tall sister Medea, or is that her actual name? Um, me scroll Facebook. Well, I hope Facebook was good. What the heck card could it be? That's what you call her. Why? She's she's very tall, but she's not very broad. She's very Germanic sort of looking. Like I said, like they both look like Julia Child and her sister. We need to find out what Julia Child's sister's name was because that's what you could call one of them. You could call the other one Julia until they tell us their names, if they tell us. Now I'm looking it up. Dorothy. Her name was Dorothy. So Dorothy and Julia. Dorothy. Wait. She was the eldest. So Julia was the eldest of three. It was Julia, then her brother John, and then her sister Dorothy. Her sister Dorothy was 6'5", and Julia was 6'3". Their brother was 6'4". So actually, the one that's the taller one would be Dorothy. The other one would be Julia. Oh, it wasn't good. You just couldn't fall back to sleep. I just figured like you're a busy bee still on the interwebs and that there was some like good stream going. Learn to be with yourself. Well, I know they said it, but oh my gosh, we know what card was it? That's going to drive me nuts. What other decks were there? Now I'm going to rewind it. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can rewind it. It's just going to drive me crazy. Forgiveness was the last one. I can see it. Then there's the Emperor. Oh, beans. Oh well, I'll find it for you and screenshot it later. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff about you spending time with yourself, that was just channeled. That was just like your mom saying stuff and spirit in general, like guides saying stuff. Your grandma and your great grandma were there. Every time I say that, they always go, and granddad or granddaddy, or they always want to make sure you know he's there. I think you always know he's there, but like, they always want to, because sometimes he doesn't speak, so they always want to make sure. So yeah, so I mean, I absolutely will try and be there tomorrow. I'm having health issues on top of work, and then I have a friend who is, well, she's dying, and not slowly. Paw Jack, that's cute. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll be. I mean, hopefully, I can. That'd be cool. Um, I'm not scheduled to work tomorrow anyway. It's just sort of I'm having weird new MS clouds. We're not really sure what to call them yet. Like they haven't gotten to do any studies, but like my left arm will hurt like the hellfire for like 20 minutes, and then it'll sort of go numb and weird, and I'll get a lot of air hunger and like dizziness, and it's sort of like an absent seizure, and then I lose my grip in my left hand entirely. And this happens a couple different times a day, generally speaking, lately. I know that it is stress induced in many ways, um, but you know, it's just I've just been cooking myself lately anyway, right? Like I started this job. When I started this job, I had active COVID and had been up for weeks taking care of two other people with COVID, and then it was through the holidays, and it was supposed to be full time or less, and it was always a lot of overtime. And it was through kiddo's birthday, and the only day I got off for like several weeks there was Christmas Day. And then we finally got on a schedule, and then my friend, you know, like I knew that she had intended to make some decisions about her life in July, and she was starting to say she felt done and stuff. But then I got the call, you know, hey, honey, I don't have that much time left. I really need you to be available at all times if possible, you know, the best you can. She doesn't have unreasonable expectations, but she really would like to be able to call when she can call. And because some days now it's getting to be to the point where, you know, every day she's weaker than the next. So speaking is going to be gone really soon, the ability to speak to one another. So she really wants to do that as much as possible. And so I've just been whelmed. No, we haven't checked anything yet because I can't get an appointment. I get an appointment by the 14th. 14th is Valentine's Day. Is my first chance. I have a call in because it was more scary than normal yesterday. So I have a call in to my physician, but it was sort of like right like at the closing bell, of course. And so I'm sure Monday, you know, I'll hear from him. I've been sort of reporting this stuff a little bit as we go. Um, and I wasn't really like, okay, absolutely not. Like, we can't function until like Friday. So, but you know, stress is increasing too with her. I'm like, been enraged about her care because she, I'm not that this will surprise anyone in this particular room, but she is a physician. He's new. He's been a physician like full time, like off of training and rounding and all that stuff, interning for a year. And so when she went to him and said, I'm cooked, I'm done, I don't want to do other things, I can't do another surgery, they're not helping anyway, the prognosis isn't good, you know, um, last time we even did a surgery like this, I coded 3 times. Please don't make me. He kind of argued with her, but it wasn't at the time too terribly relevant. Well, now he fucking won't do anything. Like, he won't mark her as, um, being a fatal case. He's calling it failure to thrive. And so, um, she hasn't been getting hospice care. And I'm telling you, I could show you an image of her. She is well within the realm of needing fucking hospice care. And, has been just enduring. And then, finally today, she just had enough. She hasn't eaten at all in about a week. And at this point, she couldn't keep food or, like, not food, medicine or water down. And, um, it was bad. So that she finally, she'd sworn she'd never go back into a hospital. She would maybe go to a hospice, but, and so she was crushed today about that. Her mom and sisters and I were talking, and she will not see her 34th birthday, which is another kind of heartbreaking. And they're Mennonites, which I think is partially why the doctor knows he can push them farther. I don't get clammy, no. Um, when I search my symptoms, um, it asks that, and no, I don't. I don't get clammy. I don't actually experience hot or cold, which is unusual for me because usually, I've got something going on with my experience of temperature, but no, I don't. The only thing that happens, and it's circumstantial if you ask me, because between the air hunger and then losing the ability to sort of use that hand, I sort of have little mini, like, it always feels like the beginning of a panic attack, but I think it's really literally just panicking. I don't think it's actually a panic attack. I think it's just fear of whatever the fuck's going on. Yeah, no, it is very sad. I don't like that because they're Mennonites. Some people in the town think that they can, they're not going to sue me. I can bully them. Well, okay, it's an end of a young lady's life. You you really want to exercise power now? Now's the time. And because they're Mennonite, also, I I've been very close with her for a long time. Um, and I've made peace with one of her brothers that originally didn't like me very much because a few years ago I raised them like, I don't know, 10, 11 grand so she could get special treatment in Nashville that she needed. And he didn't like it that the thing that raised the money was on the internet. um, Eventually, like, he was like, I get it, I understand, and it served its purpose, and I understand, like, now what it was for, but at the time he was not easy to deal with. And so then there have been times he monitors the hall when we have talks on the phone because he's worried I'm gonna talk about stuff, like, so I can't talk about her too much about spiritual stuff or offer her peace that I could maybe offer her, because I literally can see her dad for about a week is sitting next to her bed. He's reading her children's books. And her granddad comes sometimes and sits in a rocker and whittles. And if I would be permitted by the phone police to tell her that, I feel like perhaps she might have some peace about it. But, like, And she's very peaceful. Like, this is for considering her age and what's happening. She's very convicted in her decision. So it's not the decision that's the problem. It's the line of care that's the problem. And enraging. It's enraging. So anyway, today they took her into the ER, and we're like, you have to help her. So at least for tonight, like, we're all breathing a little bit because um, we know she's, getting IV meds and nausea stuff and a little bit of fluids. And um, that they agreed not to try and force feed her, anything through her line or whatever. And they're fighting, apparently. They're fighting to try and get her in a hospice, but this doctor keeps trying to block it, which is just insane. And then this sweet thing, I'd sent her pajamas in the mail. Like, I'd shipped them fast because I was worried she wouldn't get to ever wear them, right? And so they got there today, and her sister took them to her in the hospital and said, I was talking to her sister, and she's like, well, I don't even know if she can even look at them right now. She's so exhausted. I was like, that's okay, hon. Like, that was so nice that you washed them and took them. And, like, you know, um, and then she sends me this picture of my friend who is broken in two. And it's her, like, curled up in a ball, but somehow, she has the pajamas on and she has the robe with hearts all over it. And she's, like, curled around it like it's a fucking blankie. And she tells me that she is not deserving of that kind of love. She doesn't deserve this kind of love and affection. And I know she was just trying to say, like, thank you, that was a nice thing, but I think she actually believes it right now because of this fucking doctor. And I know her family, they're saying, honey, first of all, she feels like a failure for having to go to the hospital, and so we've all been posting it like mad and, trying to say, like, are you insane? Like, every cell in your body deserves that relief, and you would tell that to anybody you loved. You love people so hard. We understand that you had certain things that you wanted to accomplish. We're so sorry this man is standing between you and those things, but you deserve relief no matter how you get it. And you absolutely are deserving of fucking pajamas. Like, really? I mean, that's how low she is right now. I know dying's hard. I can't imagine. I mean, I guess I can. Like, I've been close before, but I can't. I remember being in my late 20s, early 30s, and that shit going on. Um, it is not easy. Why? I can't talk about the spirit stuff. Yeah, it has to do with the Mennonite faith and it being sort of like a false prophet situation. And, like, that's fine. Most of our history has been like, fine, I don't, like, we both believe in God and love, and we can talk about that stuff, and we still are. But, you know, when somebody's in this situation, you don't have much to offer them. I could offer her this, and I'm not allowed to, so that's been maddening. And, my God, she and I started that YouTube channel for other sick people like almost 20 years ago. I think she and I met on there 17 years ago. She was still a teenager when we met. And, the number of nights that we were on the phone together all night because no one else in our either we were alone. Usually I was the complete alone one, and then she lived with her Mennonite family, but didn't have people up at all hours because they had things to do on the land and stuff. So I mean, it's been years worth of all night. The only person that was there. And she understood. Like when I became a mother, like I had to, I had to get rid of every other thing I did because I only have the energy for that, especially when he was little. And then I was busy losing babies on top of health issues. So like, but like we still got to talk about 4 times a year for like 12 hours at a time or whatever. And she, knows I love her and, you know, knows like what happened, which is a good thing. Because that's something she told me. She had a list. She had this amazing list she wrote out for a handful of people that she wanted to be able to see face to face. She said she was scared of dying without having seen our faces or hearing our voices. Um, and so she had this huge list out about like, I understand why there was this, and so there's no hard feelings, and thank you for this. And I mean, like, it's just most gracious. There are old people that expect to die that are grouchy old fuckers. And there's this young person who has written a fucking how to love other people manifesto. The thing is, it's just getting her to have it. I know she's going to be fine. Like, when she goes, I probably will be sad for like 10 minutes. But I'll know she's where she wants to go. I'm so mad that the people are making it harder. She said it herself. She's like, they're making it harder for me to die. Like, if I was on something for my pain, I'd probably relax and be gone like in a week. But I'm in so much, distress. I mean, listen, I don't think anyone in this room has any doubt that the system's fucked up, but I just didn't think it was quite that bad. And I know it. Like, this is not like me being suspicious or overdramatic. It's because they're midnights. If I walked in there in my street clothes and told him I was her auntie, things would change. That's what happens up there around the Pennsylvania Dutch areas. I mean, she has them tonight, and she was having, like, she was getting her regular orals from her doctor, but when you can't hold anything down, what does that do? And when you stop being able to swallow and consume, she's to the point where she's choking on her own, saliva and coughing, having coughing fits for long periods of time. Um, well, her dad's been on the other side for a long time. Um, the mom is definitely still Mennonite, and so is she, but they're definitely more on the flexible end of things because they both have had health challenges that have had them around a lot more modern issued things and people, and they found out they didn't maybe dislike it as much as they thought they would, or it wasn't like maybe the English as they call us weren't as bad as they thought we would be or whatever. And so they both have had to learn, and then she has 2 sisters. Well, I mean, it's a Mennonite family. She's got lots of sisters, but she specifically has 2 sisters that, like I've met, like when she's traveled for health care and when I've fundraised and stuff. And they too both have gotten involved real heavily in more modern day culture just because they're there, the hospital's experiencing it. And They were all when they went to Nashville, they all got like smartphones. That's been a while. That was like in 2016, I think we did that fundraiser. They all got smartphones, and they had a wonderful time learning those. And for them, the big thing was they didn't know you could get music because they had cell phones. They weren't anti-phone, and the Mennonites can have electricity, they can have music, things like that. So, hello, Birdie. But they didn't know your phones could have music, so it was really, really fucking cute. Um, when they all got smartphones and they were like, oh, "Did you know you could listen to music on your cellular device?" And they were moving into the little apartment we rented for them in Nashville and stuff. And I don't remember. I feel like there was like it was like an old building or something. They kept showing me it on the video, but it was like a dumbwaiter. That it was we were in a two-bedroom apartment, but it was this one of these weird old housing things where like one of the bedrooms was upstairs and one was down, so it was almost sort of lofty. So between the two floors there was an old dumbwaiter, and they had more fun sending notes up and down on the dumbwaiter than I've ever seen anybody have fun doing anything. That's right. She wears a lot of modern clothes. Like, I was worried because I'd sent the jammies I sent this week were from Victoria's Secret, and I only did that because these beautiful Mennonite women are all almost like 5'11" and 6 feet tall, and they have long legs, and Victoria's Secret offers that length, right? You can get long in any size. And so I went and got pajamas and like Valentine's robes and stuff so that she could have like love around her and things like that, just metaphorically speaking. And then after I sent it, I thought, oh my gosh, if her brother sees that box and sees Victoria's Secret, is he gonna block the box? Like, but her sister Minnie saw it, and Minnie was like, "I saw the box," and I mean, she spoke in code, but I got it right, really loud and clear. She's like, "So I decided to quietly unpack the box, and then I sent pictures of what was in there, and they were like, 'Bring it up right now, bring it to the hospital. Please wash it first.'" So it was very
So she
cute.
got them then.
She's wearing them. She sent me a
Oh,
picture, and that's why I started crying earlier because she sent me a picture of her. She's literally curled into a ball, and like I know how much energy it took for her to get up and put those effing pajamas on.
yeah.
And she sends this picture of her in the pajamas, curled around the robe that I sent her, like it's a little like baby doll blanket. And the message that comes with it is, "I'm so unworthy of your love and care." Regardless, we got the Victoria's Secret past the Mennonite man. Because yeah, the mom and other sisters saw pictures and they were like, "My God, yes! Like they're gonna try and make her wear a hospital gown. Like this is perfect timing. Wash it and get it up here." It's like, okay, good. Are you talking about the escaping Amish? I watched some of that escaping Amish because it's been free on the YouTube. So anything free on the YouTube. Yeah, so long gets almost impossible. Yeah, she's in the phase where that's sort of been going on just the last couple of days, right? Where it's like every day, and she said it herself, like every day, I think, it's going to be sort of the same, but that's not how it works in this process, right? I wake up with half the energy I did the day before, and I thought I was low energy then, so, um, but anyway, like the thing is, tonight, at least for right now, she's getting medicated, which she hadn't been for several days properly, and some fluids and anti-nausea stuff. And apparently as of like 3 this afternoon, every every fucking like caseworker in that hospital had tried all of the hospice places, and they were saying no because of the ranking the doc has on her. So I think like everybody's praying that some doc at the hospital will diagnose her as terminal so that she doesn't care, honestly. She's like, I'm fine with the hospice if that's where I have to go. Of course, I'd like to be at home, but I'm fine with the hospice. I just don't want to be in a hospital again. Oh, wow, I haven't seen that one. That sounds sort of more exciting. I have an enormous, Joe knows this because she's my, like, so far, like, my newest girl crush in like the last like 4 or 5 months. She's a former Amish girl that's on YouTube. And I'm like, oh, I'm in love with her. Like, if she liked girls at all, she'd be getting weird ass love letters from me on the internet.
She has a nutrition business, doesn't she?
She does, right? And she's now starting to do all natural soaps, goat milk soap. You can't mentally sexually harass her as much after I saw that she had a kiddo. I was like, she's a mother. I can't sexually harass her in my brain the way I want to. Breaking Amish. Okay, I've heard of it and maybe I've seen a little bit. Yeah. I mean, we know, I think any of us that's been in a hospice center knows that, um, you know, I think it's like my experience when loved ones go in, it's like maybe the first day they do fluids, right, to make sure that like the veins are still open, right, and they push less and less fluids as time goes by, just sort of slowly enough to be able to push the meds in when they need the meds, and that's kind of it. You're right. There's no nutrition for sure in those bags, and there's very little fluid. It's just enough to keep the veins open to take the meds. And I think she doesn't care that much about that. It's just she wants to not be vomiting on on top of hurting and um, etc. She said a thing the other day where I sort of thought she was saying if she could figure out a way in hospice to Kevorkian her own ass, she would, and I was sort of surprised by that. But I mean, she's doing like the hardest thing we have to do as alive people right now, so I'm not really being very judgy. Kate is the model. I made a Kevorkian joke, but her young ass was like, "Who?" I was like, "Oh, shut up, young lady. You don't know. You're about to. You're talking about doing it to yourself, and you don't know who's the namesake of your perverse little mental conversation you're having."
Now I feel old.
What?
Now I feel old.
Right, right. She would be 34 in April. 34. I think it's 33. I can't, again, not a thing I can talk to her about angel numbers, right? But I think 33 is a pretty interesting year.
Wasn't that JC's age?
Yep, that's what they say. And it's, a really essential angel number and it represents the Trinity and all kinds of different energetic things. I don't think 33 is an accident on her part. I mean, universally speaking. She was talking about another surgery she didn't want to have, and I understood that. And she um, how did you have that surgery or whatever? And I was like, well, two things. One, I did do it, but I had already had a child, and that changed my will. You know, I said, when I was your age, I was exactly where you are now. And I just got pregnant like right then, or I might be doing what you're doing, right? I'm not, um, and then it becomes the opposite. Whereas a lot of days you lay around going, maybe I could just die and that'd be okay. Um, then you go, please, 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 please let me make it like a certain point in their age, and please, please, please let them never find me like passed out or dying. You know, your fear set changes significantly as a chronically, sometimes dangerously ill person. Um, the perspective shifts really fast. Um, and then she's like, "But what did you do about this surgery?" I said, "I refused it." But they didn't give me as much trouble. I got lucky. Yeah, chills, right? On the 33, I understand it. I constantly, like, also have Billy Joel's Only the Good Die Young ring in my head. Like, I've lost an awful lot of very close to me friends between the ages of their ages, not mine. I mean, sometimes I was close to their age, but between the ages of 16 and like 35. And I just think, I do sort of believe that song, Only the Good Die Young, and I don't know how I got to meet those cool people when I was always so much trouble. Okay, let's. Speaking of medication. Yeah, I think if she was like in a little Catholic town like 100 years ago, they would be considering sainthood or something. Like, I'm not joking. Just the way she looks right now, and the way she's treated people historically throughout her life. Yeah, I'm telling you, um, I'm sure there are people that pass away that are real trouble that are young, you know, doing rabble rousy things, but like, I don't know, like my first fella, was one of the nicest, squarest, kind of kindest guys I know. And like, we were at the beach. I was, I think I was 17. Yeah, I was 17. He was 20. And he was an epileptic, and he went out on the lake. He didn't ever drink or use drugs. He was careful because he had epilepsy. You know, he didn't do anything rude ever to anybody. He was lovely. He went out on the lake and was on the jet ski and started to have a seizure, and the key didn't pull um, on his little wristlet thingy. So he got hit by the jet ski and drowned while we all were screaming from the lake, "Pull the key!" And then a year to the day later, somebody that was like a little sister to me in that same group of friends was riding a couple of cars ahead of me on the highway. This was always around the 4th of July weekend. And I don't know if what happened exactly. It looked like she dropped something, and she was reaching down for it, and she crossed the median, and a semi truck hit her. And I will not describe the rest. And she was the squeaky clean jelly bean too. Like, she didn't curse or drink or do anything crazy. She was a little theater nerd. um you know so I've always been surrounded by people like that. I'm always the bad influence hanging around with the good kids. I realized the other day, I was telling Joe, there's this article. I got a lot of articles from my career in theater stuff, but there was one article that was really fun, right? Because it was me and my roommate and another like really good BFF of mine, and we were all three in this show, and we got rave reviews all through. So I'd always saved this article, and somebody nerdily had it framed for me or whatever, and we made fun of it a lot, but we like enjoyed that we were there together on that project. And then I realized the other day, um, I'm the only one living still that's in that article. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, well, let me tell you, those two I love a great deal, but they weren't that good. I don't think Only the Good Die Young about those motherfuckers. Here, Birdie, I need you to come up here so I can take my meds, sweetheart. Hey, hey, stop it. No, you can't attack. No, you cannot attack the Benadryl bottle, madame. That is not how this is going to work. No, crunch also doesn't work. You may not attack the pill bottle. What are you doing? No. No. Are you kidding me right now? No. Here, go on the computer. Tear the shit out of it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want you to do it, but I also don't want you to take a pill, you freak. You just don't like the clankety sound. Birds, tell it. Hmm. Does he regularly call Jimmy blah blah? Does he actually call him blah blah? Because I don't know. From in Jimmy's position, I don't know how I'd feel about that. I hear your grandson. I got it. I heard. I understood. I hear your grandson. You don't need Hayden, girl. You got me. Because I was like, seriously, if he calls him blah blah, I'd be like, grandson, I'm feeling a type of way about you today. You're rushing towards Mimi. Oh, blah blah small talk. Because I was like, oh my god, poor Jimmy's name is blah blah. See, Pixie needed you here a little bit earlier, Kat, because I was just delivering messages and Spirit wasn't giving her much sympathy. They weren't mean at all, but they were not very. They were not uber sympathetic.
I had a cousin that was born like 15 years after his brother, and he used to call his father James. He would call him by his name.
And what did he call his mother?
Mom.
Mother. James, how are you both this evening? Kindergarten was lovely today.
Yeah, basically that.
Jesus. Kids are funny. Can't remember what kiddo used to call his dad because um, when he started to get just tiny bit older, I mean, but like 2.5, right? And he started to notice, the alcoholism and stuff. He had a different word for him. He kind of turned on him a little bit. Um, I mean, I think it's partially what saved his life, so it was a good thing, but like, it was still kind of hardcore for a toddler. Hold on a second. Bird, you stay there. I'll be right back. You be good, Bird.
Yep, I think she's talking to us. Yep. Yeah, the bird. She's talking to us.
Okay, Birdie, and turn the heat back on. So we can be cozier now, okay? Little ladybug. Hold on, little ladybug. Here, lady. There we go. All right, it's gonna get warmer too, little mama. Where's your dad? Singles cruise?
It means you can play really loud music and nobody's gonna complain.
She and Jimmy are gonna get stoned, and walk around naked, be like, "I'm sad." No, I'm not. I mean, I'll be sad tomorrow, but tonight I'm naked and stoned. What you doing, Bertie? You want to be up there walking so you can step on the microphone with your tootsies? Is that the deal? Yeah. I love you. You look pretty after your bath, too. Berbeaky. Pretty after your bath. Are you a pretty beak? See, Cat was like, get stoned and naked, girl. Oh, you were chirping. Were you chirping? I went pee and you were like, well, I will entertain. Chirp, chirp. Went to Colorado with his buddy to pick up his motor home. It broke down on him when him and his girlfriend got there. Couldn't have happened to a better guy. I'm so glad you kept the stream going when I went away. That's so nice of you, Beaky. So they've left it up there for a while then. Wonder how much snow or ice or whatever it had on top, it, considering it was in Colorado.
So did they drive it back, or is it still in Colorado?
I get the feeling they're driving it back now.
Oh,
Like Dad helped him get back up there so he could come take it home. Apparently, he's not a nice dude because Angie said several times he deserves it. Did they drive there too? So they're driving two vehicles home, or did they fly up? Colorado's pretty far from y'all.
yep.
Drove. Wow. Two old dudes on the open road.
Wow, that's quick.
Wait, hold on. Yesterday morning, Friday, right? Oh yeah, that is quick.
No, yesterday was Saturday.
I think because we're night owls, she maybe meant um,
Oh, right.
Friday, but
I see what you mean.
still that's fast in my opinion.
I agree. It's a lot to drive in.
I guess once they're in the motorhome though, like they don't have to stop to eat or go to the bathroom. It's just on the way there.
Yeah.
Because in the motorhome, they can make food and use the restroom.
Of course, I live on a small island, but these kinds of trips would take much longer because people typically stop at every bar and have a drink on the way to and from. So it takes exponentially longer.
Well, it would take a while here, but eventually the cops would catch up with that behavior and it would not be good.
Right. Yeah. Well, here the cops, they don't, they're probably in the bar as well, you know?
Right, but don't they like get incentives for writing tickets also? So they can. We've got cops that would follow them out of the freaking bar and write them a ticket.
That's starting to happen now, but some of the old attitude is still, especially if you're going to and from the beach and stuff, they kind of have a live and let live attitude here.
Live and let live. Murder, vehicular
Or
homicide, and
live
vehicular
and let
homicide.
die,
Yeah.
depending, you know. But usually, there's so much traffic that nobody really gets the speed to hurt anybody, whether they're inebriated or not. So it's weird.
Don't you chew on that. Don't you chew on that camera. Miss, I love you too, but don't chew on that camera, whispered Beaky. I love you, but I still don't want you to chew on the camera because I love you and I don't want you to get a sore mouth. Yeah, wanna come here? Thank you. I know. I know you think I hate you because you've been in your cage so much. It's only because your brother has a hurt nose. I love you. I love you, Bird Beaky. Yeah, I've traveled with some people like that. I don't, I mean, I'm not somebody that needs to like stop for long periods of time, but I do need to stop and stretch my legs and stuff, or I'm going to go crazy on the road. I mean, I guess that's kind of ironic. I spent so much time on the road with my job, but I wasn't, when it's a tour bus, you see a lot of the road, but you can curl up and tune it out. I wasn't responsible ever for the safety of the other parties and things like that. That I would then feel like I need a break from, I don't know, the tension of that. But if I'm a driver, it makes me nervous. So if there's not been a break, I feel like someone's going to get hurt always. Wow, that's fast. No, birdie. What you doing? Yeah, bird. You look pretty since you took your bath. You look pretty. Miss Cat, have you been taking the classes, the Donna Serafina classes? I keep seeing them advertised. No, I'm surprised about that because, like, one of the ones I saw come through on a day, like, if I hadn't been working, I would have been there just because it was free, number one, because I'm a cheapo, but also it was like the right time of day that, like, if I wasn't working, I'd be, like, sort of alert and awake, and that's a long way. That's a long way without much breaks.
Yeah, I have never driven that far anywhere. Well, I don't think it's possible where I live to
I was
drive
gonna
that
say,
far.
darling, I don't think that. I mean, you would be doing some crazy, like, car flying and hopping to other islands if that's what was going on.
Some kind of weird NASCAR around the island.
Or
But I
getting on the
mean,
ferry, maybe, and having the ferry take you and then continuing. I don't know. Like,
we did drive about 100 miles in India because we wanted to go to the Taj Mahal, you know, and had to get up really early. Uh, but and we didn't even arrive on time. But that's just 100 miles. That's not 1,000.
and that was in a vehicle?
It was in a car. Yeah,
Because, I mean, I know you took the train sometimes in
yeah,
yes.
yes. 'Cause that particular trip, you had to do it by automobile.
It's weird. You would think because of all the travels they would have a train that goes there. I know you. I think that's why I thought you'd be in her class, right? Because I know you have her book. Now I'm going to try and see if I can find the. Came across her community tab, I think. Hold on here. Because there's going to be more of them. That's why it's worth like pointing out. I just clicked on her picture and it just enlarged. Like I was like, that wasn't my goal. Yeah, good morning. This was 3 days ago. Members and anybody who would like to join is welcome under the membership tab and psychic school. The class this morning starts at 11 a.m. Pacific. In about 40 minutes from now, we'll be working with pendulums. You don't need to have one. You can just use a pendant on a chain. I'm going to turn on the Zoom room at 10:30 to meditate and do breathing exercises. You're welcome to join me there. Then it gives this little thing on how to join pendulums. It has a picture of her dog standing in front of the laptop. Hold on, I'll send you this because, and then I think that was like the second one. Why won't it let me share it? Oh well, I'll just take a picture of it. But so, and then I think there was one a couple days before that. And so, like watching, keeping it, your eyes on her community. That's the word I'm looking for. Stop chewing on the camera, bird. Stop, stop, stop. I sent you a picture of the screenshot just because I don't know why it wouldn't let me share it. I don't know if it's because it's a past date. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then listen. Okay. So then 4 days ago, oh, no, it was an ad about the class that was going to be on the next day, on the 24th of January. And then, yeah, how to use
I wonder
pendulum.
if I could get the bird an edible laptop.
And then there's a video clip inside Membership Psychic School with the link for the Zoom call for this morning. This was 7 days ago. This was caring for the sensitive soul, protecting your energy. See you there. She's not clearly, I guess this was on the 20th at 11 a.m. Pacific, protecting your energy. So this doesn't, I don't think she's charging for this particular part. This one says Zoom link for Psychic School is on the description box. Only members of the, I guess, of the channel can see this. So you need to join and then you can get the link.
What do you mean join? You mean just subscribe?
No, I think if you join, like if you have a membership, you pay $1, like a YouTube membership. You can do the
Okay.
lower level or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, so it says the next class is Saturday, January 20th, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Join anytime, no prerequisite or level of ability is required. It's a fun way to support my work and have fun developing your intuition or psychic abilities. Even if you're simply curious or just want to support the channel, go to the mediumship tab. And if you're on a cell phone, you might have to swipe to the left because the membership tab is the last tab on the right. Membership Psychic School. See you Saturday. So yeah, I guess you have to be like at least $1 member of her channel, which it's like you could join last minute.
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks ago, YouTube member Psychic School. Oh man, I missed all of these. There was one on January 10th. What did they study then? Hold on. It says it funds her work, so I don't know if she's talking about like being a member or if there's a fee that like isn't mentioned here. Let's see. It says join a participating channel membership on the YouTube site. Visit youtube.com and then go to the channel of or a video uploaded by the creator. See if they've enabled membership. Click tap or join. Follow the prompts, enter your payment information, click tap or buy. You'll see a welcome announcement. And then you can just go to classes for like the lowest membership.
That's cool. I mean, it's cheaper than joining Steam.
Did you say steam?
Steam, yeah. Remember we
You have
joined
steam
Steam?
on the brain. She's
No,
on
I
Zoom.
because I mean that's the only site I've ever subscribed to. It's the first time I've ever done something like that. Because my Jedi Master, I needed to do that to continue my training.
Well, I guess so, but now now we're just all playing 1 day, 1 hour, one life or whatever. I'm ready to like play now, play. Like I finished my tutorials and then
I'm still struggling with the tutorial, so I'll have to catch up.
well, so you guys know, I can tell y'all because you guys know where I live, both of you ladies. So that case is very close to me energetically. And it's interesting. It's an interesting one. Well, I'm curious what you guys think. I have a very strong opinion. I love you, Beaky. I love you, bird. I love you, bird. I love you, bird Beaky. Don't bite me, you butthead. So yeah, no, I have strong opinions. I feel very confident the homeowner. Um, and 99% of the time I feel confident it was fully intentional. And then like 1% of the time I wonder if actually he ingested it too and it was supposed to be experimental, but the difference is he stayed in where it was warm and sort of was like passed out for a couple days.
So the question is, was it some kind of a freak accident or something very intentional?
Well, I think it was intentional regardless. I think because this guy is like he was in like a medical research guy. He's got a doc. He's an MD,
Oh, I didn't know.
and I don't remember what he studied, but it's something weird. Like I don't know if he's an anesthesiologist. I can't remember, but something close to his already area of interest.
So he
Okay,
was
let's just put it that way.
experimenting then.
I believe so. Yes, I believe he fully intentionally put something in, like something that they consumed. Now the question is, um, was it something he did after friend number five left for the evening? Or did friend number five only stop by for an hour and he'd already given everybody something? And he just needed his, because, it reads to me energetically as like very anal, retentive, like obsessive compulsive, right? So if friend number five, one that has, an attorney that says when I left, they were all awake and watching Jeopardy, right? Um, so did that guy come late and so he couldn't dose him because he needed it all at the same time, or did he leave early? I'm not sure how that one guy got away, didn't have this happen. Um, and I don't know if the guy had a reason, like more than he wanted to try it because I don't think it's fentanyl. I think personally, I think it's going to be something. I think they might wind up finding it because I think they're going to kind of figure out he was working on something that he was trying hard to make like invisible, tasteless, odorless, and undetectable. It's going to be one of those things. But I think they might be like, okay, then if it's one of those things, then it's like we know we can't just do a general talk screen. We got to specifically search for those things, and so they'll search for all the ones they can think of. I think that's what's going to happen.
Was he working on that for his company or something he was doing on the side?
Which, what do you mean?
If he was working on some sort of, designer drug or something, you know, um, that you were saying that's undetectable, blah blah. I mean, is that was
No,
he
no.
with?
To me, this is like a serial. He reads energetically like a serial killer. Like
I
I
see.
think these were just some. If I had to guess, there would be a bunch of neighborhood animals that have got strangely passed away,
Right.
and some of them it's obvious they were poisoned, and some of them it's not, and they just go, "Well, my dog just dropped dead." I think that he was moving up in levels to test. And honestly, you know, I don't know, like, if he sort of has serial killer ideations or something of that nature. Um, you never know, like, because some serial killers, claim that they only kill the people they do like because the world's a horrible place and are sending them somewhere else, right? And then some, they have to have some sort of anger or beef with them, and some just don't give a shit. It's just whoever's clever, right? Like, um, he was too anal for it to be just a random whatever, right? So it's either that he's like thinks they should be honored to be his first human test subjects, or um, you know, he
I
had some kind of
mean,
argument with them.
he was working on the HIV vaccine, so he had access to a lot of, you know, stuff from his job, I imagine. Hmm.
I mean, let's see, they all went to school together. The girlfriends say they weren't close friends with this guy. I'm assuming so. Okay, but the three were inseparable. Um, yeah, I think they know, and I don't think he moved very far. Hold on, let me see. It was in one of our local things. Hold on here. I know this. They do not like their name. Like they don't like being called the deceased Chiefs fans. They're
Oh,
like, really, we liked a team, and we did. We liked a team pretty strongly, but like that's how we're gonna be known. Like I've heard them like not being thrilled by that. Well, to me, it's the other thing is, right, that one the families, you know how sometimes people know in their guts. The families immediately knew, almost like when those guys didn't come home that night, something was wrong. So they started calling his phone and the other people he was with, whoever their individual person was, right? And they were calling this guy all the time because they were at his house. And then a girlfriend or fiance came, actually saw their
broke
cars in
in.
the driveway. He didn't respond, so she actually broke into the house and called to him, "Hey, I'm in your house." He did not respond at all. She finds one of the gentlemen, like, or sees them through a window or something, and calls the police. The police show up. Oh, he's suddenly available and can open the door,
So he
and
was in the
within another week
house
drinking
all
a
along
wine.
then. When she broke in the house and called him, he was in the house.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that doesn't sound normal.
Right? Like she was in the house calling for him like 30 minutes before the cops show up. And then the cops knock and he shows up in his boxer shorts with a glass of wine and says, "Hello," when she'd been in his home. I didn't realize one was found inside.
Really? I thought they all froze in the backyard.
I did too. I didn't realize one was indoors. I thought, like, what I had heard is she found him, like, she could see him in the side of the yard or something, and the other two were somewhere else outside, but I thought that they were all outside. The only thing that they've said recently in any local press conferences is they know that they all pass at the exact same time, um, which I think that's extremely telling as well. Let's see what this says. Okay, so yeah, when there was no answer at the door, she broke into the basement of the residence and located an unknown dead body on the back porch. Officers responded to the back porch and confirmed there was a dead body. Upon further investigation, officers located two other dead bodies in the backyard.
Oh,
And
so there was nobody in the basement then.
no, I guess not. I mean, I wasn't sure. That's why I went to find it because I wasn't sure. But she broke in the basement, though. Like, that's the thing. She broke into a window and went down in the basement and
Oh,
then wandered around the house enough to see a dead body on the back porch. So she was not just in the house for a second, and she busted a window, and this man doesn't respond. Says there were no obvious signs of foul play observed at or near the crime scene.
I don't know. I feel like law enforcement is kind of easygoing on this guy.
Oh, they're just laying in wait, if you ask me.
Hmm.
Sometimes they have to just let them believe that, you know, that they're
I
not
suppose so.
in
Yeah.
danger. Let's see. Okay, what's this thing? Yes, hold on. One of the guy's little girl woke up that morning and told her mom, "Daddy's cold. He needs his jacket." Then said he's real cold and he needs his gloves. 3 hours later, the mom found out he was dead. The back porch was off of the basement. I see. Yeah, I mean they're gonna have to, but I just feel it really strongly, right? They're gonna, rather than doing a normal talk screen for the major whatever 12 they look for, whatever they're gonna need to look for those unique whatevers that people make, trying to make it barely detectable, because that's what this guy was doing. I think he was practicing um, on animals, and but the question is, like, did he get in a fight with these guys? Like, why did he? And did he know? Like, I think he knew that when he invited them over, that there would be at least one test subject, right? But like, did he know it would be most of them? And if the other guy knows, what is his thing? Like, he doesn't do the same line of work. I'm interested in that.
Which other guy?
Well, so there were, okay, at the party, right? Initially, it was like these three guys and when the story first came out, it was like these three guys and the host of the house, right?
Right.
No, it was four guys and the host of the house. And the fourth guy said that he left around midnight, and all four of them, the host and the other three guys, were on the couch watching Jeopardy. Now, the second guy lawyered up too, but he did several police interviews before he did lawyer up. He lawyered up more so, to me, it appears anyway, once press was hounding him and TVs and things.
Yeah.
to have the lawyer handle that because he didn't take the attorney with him to the like his interviews. The last
Yeah.
I heard, at first they were saying like he even been in contact, and it was like, well, by phone a lot, and then but no, like so part of the story was no, he hasn't been officially interviewed, right? And then it was like, no, they got to him pretty quickly as soon as they learned he existed, right? Because he was there.
I'm going to mute for a second.
Sure. I'm pulling cards because I had this deck out still. Because I left one out. I was like, who knows? Other people might have questions since it was a night of questions. Hey, Barbie. I think he knows. They know, like from like just interviewing him, right? That he's a guilty man. That's not his thing. He wants to know if they can find what he did, because if they can't find it, they can't get him.
So it's a kind of Brian Koberger kind of thing then.
What do you mean? I don't know that was quite like, do you think you can
In
catch me?
well, no, but in the sense that he thinks he's smarter than everybody and he'll get away with it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It feels different. It feels different. Besides, if it's okay with your protection and guidance, can we see like some cards about? How do we want to ask this? Um, the gentleman, not gentleman, the man that whose house the party was at. Can we see his actions from the time that those guys got to his? Nope, from an hour before. Can we please see from an hour before those guys got to his house to like when the bodies were found? Can we just see like a little timeline, please, for him, like sequentially, with your permission and protection, please and thank you. I know his name is listed somewhere, but I don't really want it to say his name. The other guy's different. Can we see a timeline? I'm gonna flip them over here in a second. I didn't flip them as I went because I knew I'd get too like caught up in like each card if I knew what they were. Holy shit! Oh my. Okay. I love you, Bird Beaky. Baby Bird Beaky. Baby Beat. Baby. Mickey B. I love you, Beaky. What are you doing, Beaky? Why are you flying up on hanging on the painting again? I don't understand. I'm gonna have to come pluck you off that thing, aren't I? Beaky, what are you doing up there? Where'd you go, bird? There you are. Alex's reading is fucked so far. Not that it was supposed to read as like super fun times. Yeah, super yikes. So like, yeah, I am too. Um, I feel like it was like a look at me now kind of thing. So okay, so start off with the devil was the first card that fell, asking for like what happened like an hour or two before they came over until like when their bodies were like found or securely outside or whatever. Um, so it was the devil, the six of wands, the wheel of fortune, the seven of cups, the Five of Wands reversed, Seven of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, Six of Cups, the Star reversed, the Queen of Pentacles reversed. Then it was three that just fell at the end, the King of Wands, the Nine of Swords, and the Nine of Cups, right? So, before they came, it was like a devilish, it was a devilish plan. Um, it was very tempted to um, do this thing. And um, the Six of Wands talks about an achievement, like about like um, my goodness, you just achieved something major. This is your moment to shine bright. This is not about dumb luck or stumbling across something. It was not easy. You put in a lot of hard work and you toiled and you struggled, but you're ready now. You've achieved. So he has this plan, this devilish plan, because his product is ready and he's been testing his product for a long time. Um, and so that's twisted enough, right? Okay, then the Wheel of Fortune is positive changes are coming your way. Um, these changes can greatly improve your life, but they might also require you to let go of something. So I think this is where it gets uber twisted, personally. So he's like ready for them to come over because he's really achieved something with this thing. And then I think he sort of, because it's the Wheel of Fortune, right? Which is positive changes are coming your way. They can greatly improve your life, but they could require, a big something, right? And then the next one after that is Seven of Cups, which is about choosing your cup, picking your poison. And I think that was literal. So I think he was like, you know what? Let's spin the wheel on these guys. Some of these things are going to have doses, some of these things aren't. And so, depends on if they pick. Like, if this dude picks Jack and Coke and this shit's in a Jack and Coke, so be it. It's Jack and Coke for that guy. And if he picks something else, um, that's not dosed, I guess he got lucky because, we're just leaving him. He's a grown man. We didn't give them choices. They didn't fucking know. But in this guy's head, he's like, well, he's picking. So it's all on him, right? Then there's the Five of Wands in reverse, um, which is always, it's like about, wow, look at how capable we are. Like, like this whole project could have just consumed us with no positive outcome, but we came up with the formula that we believe works, and we are really, really succeeding. I'm telling you, he's twisted as fuck. Then there's the Seven of Pentacles, and this is always about like appreciating your harvest. Basically, it's like, um, hold on, I took notes. Now I've lost them. Okay, here we go. Um, it's always like commitment to your work life or your big dream, right? Was worth it. It was worth it. Like, you put in the toil and sweat. He's patting himself on the fucking back. Then it's the King of Pentacles, which can be about money, but in this case, right, it is also about like abundance and security, and feeling like you've really been established or you've established yourself. And so, like, he's feeling like, yep, I'm the king of all I survey. I have everything I've ever wanted. Um, I have my formula done, and I've got people consuming my formula, and it was up to them, like, because they chose their cup or whatever, so nothing's on me, and, my master plan is working or whatever. Then it's the Six of Cups. Six of Cups is always like talking about innocence and nostalgia, like um, mm, it's like about taking care of your inner child, identifying what it needs, um, and so it's like all of this like really jacked up stuff, and then he sort of hits a point where he's like, wow, this is getting really real, right? Things are happening that are terrifying and upsetting. So what do I need to do? I just need to take care of myself. And he goes off somewhere else in the house um, to take care of himself. Then there's the star reversed, um, which indicates like being imbalanced or sort of like hopeless. So, what's going on didn't not affect him at all. Like he was upset and, despondent about some of what was going on. But again, I don't know if that's literally like we'd have to pull support cards, right? Is it literally him or is that like his inner child, saying this is disgusting and we hate it? Um, you know, is it the tiny part of him that is still alive inside? I'm not sure, but he's not, you know, happy. Here, I'm gonna mute Joe. Hold on. So, he's not happy completely, and so I don't know. I don't know. Like which aspect of himself is not happy. Then it's the Queen of Pentacles reversed, and then it's like, which is talking about like, you know what, you just need to check on your own needs and priorities, right? So it's like, oh, we're getting upset. We don't like this. We don't like what happened. And so then it's like, okay, again, we need to pull ourselves away and take care of ourselves, right? Then what's interesting is he's the King of Wands in the like interim between when this transpires and when people start um, to show up, meaning cops, right? Um, because the King of Wands is about like not being willing to listen to others' perspectives and just not being able to willing to listen to anyone, which is when he's not taking phone calls or picking up the phone, right? And then the Nine of Swords, right, is a suck fest for a lot of people. Um, uh, so basically, like he doesn't want to take anybody's calls or whatever. He ignores it. Then he gets like plagued by fear and doubt and worries. This is when the cops show up, right? But they do not arrest him. And he's delusional and incredibly arrogant. So the Nine of Cups is where this particular timeline ends, and it talks about, oh my gosh, I had my like truest wish fulfilled. I achieved the thing I most desired to achieve. I obtained my goal, and my dream has come true because he gets scared for a second when the police are there, but they leave him. And he's like, oh my God, I got away with it. I have achieved everything I have ever wanted. And then the bottom of the deck is the King of Cups. It's just somebody that just, feels like a master of their feelings and on top of the world. So he feels that, and again, this was the timetable between like an hour or so before um, the fellas got in trouble and, up until like the bodies were pretty much discovered. I'm curious, like, I want to pull support cards for where it looks like he lets them choose their own cup. That I am curious about. Guides, can we clarify these? Like, what did this mean? Like, we asked for about this guy, but what did this mean, the two cards, for the other guys that were present at the party? What did those two cards indicate for the other fellows at the party? Oh my god. Okay, so the first card that comes out for them when it's like, where he's like, I'm just letting them choose. It says it's the Six of Swords reversed, which basically means change is happening whether you like it or not. What's the point attempting to hide from it or resisting the inevitable? The reality is that now it's really easier to go with the flow than fight against it. So it's like I think they realized pretty fast something was weird. And I don't know if they just knew like he was weird or if they immediately felt weird and they were like, just uh, it's a bad batch of beer or something and we need to be calm. Let's see if we can get more. Can you please show us more about like what happened here from the other guys' perspectives, right? Like what happened in this phase from the other guys' perspectives? Something like they feel like um, he has something they need and he's not going to give it to them. What is that? Can you tell us what that is? What's the something that they need, but he's not going to give it to them? They're feeling intense pain and sadness. It's Ten of Swords inverted. They're feeling intense pain and sadness, and they feel like he could clarify some things for them, or help them, and he's not choosing to do so. They feel very insecure and unsafe, like there's no safety. Um, they have a lot of fears and anxieties about this party they're at. Um, like it's the opposite. They thought they were coming together to gather, um, and have a delightful time. And it's becoming very quickly apparent that that is not it at all. And then the Justice card came out sort of on its side. It's not on its head, but it's like about saying like this is not fair. We have done nothing to this person, and something is amiss. It's very amiss. Um, I don't know that I think he intended for them to be outside. I think they went outside to talk to each other. I think they went outside to talk to each other and like walk it off and get some fresh air and stuff. I don't know if they were supposed to ever go outside because it's like they're noticing something's up. He's acting kind of weird, but they're not really sure if he's super weird or if they feel weird or both. Um, let's find out. Like, guys, can you answer like how? Why did they go outside? How did they get outside? Those kind of questions. How did they go outside? Why did they go outside? How did they get there? That's sort of what we're looking to find out. They go outside. Why did they go outside? How did they get there? How did they go outside? Why did they go outside? How did they get there? So, Three of Wands, which usually means traveling, but they just wanted to travel away, right? They just wanted to leave. They just want to get away from this guy because he's getting weirder by the second. He's throwing around things like acting like he's super smart and sort of lecturing them on like science in some way or another, and intentionally using, language that's not very accessible to people that don't know about that stuff. He's also like acting very like cold and unfeeling. And so then we have the chariot card. They were trying to get to the car. They were trying to get to the car. They were ready to leave. What happened between them wanting to go out and get into the car, and what happened after they went outside? So it's the Seven of Wands reversed, right? Which also often talks about like outside pressures and feeling weighed down, and you doubt yourself, and um, it feels like you're under constant like sort of attack, and you're exhausted and ready to give up altogether. So that's usually an emotional card, but I think this is a physical one. Oh, this flew out. Yeah, okay, so then it's the Four of Cups inverted, which is usually about like get out of your own head, and you can't recognize the stuff that's in front of you, but this is literal. Like they're very heady, and they can't really make clear, they can't successfully do any clear thinking. Yeah, okay, so then the Knight of Cups is inverted. That's usually like somebody that comes in quick to rescue, right? I don't know. It almost feels like one of them actually went ahead to try and get the car. I don't know if he's the one that was on the porch, if that makes some sense or not. But he like went, one of them separated, and that makes sense based on how they found them, right? And so he burst out like trying to be helpful, but he wasn't very fast, and he wasn't very efficient. Then we have the Tower reversed, which is they just, it's basically like absolute confusion in this particular case. Just confusion. I can't figure out why things aren't working, why I'm not able to get where I want to be, and that kind of stuff. And then is the Death card, which in this particular case is pretty clear. And then in there, like there was one I missed. It came um, between the Knight of Cups, or the Knight of Cups that was trying to branch off and get help or get the car, and um, and the tower, and it was the Ten of Wands, right? And it's like Ten of Wands is always about burden and like taking on too much of a load, right? And it's too hard to do or accomplish, too heavy to carry the situation. And so, yeah, right, like not very long after they quote unquote got to choose their drinks, you know, like they notice things are weird. They go outside to talk and clear their heads and immediately decide they need to leave. And so they start the process of that, and they're moving slow because, they don't feel quite right. And then one breaks off trying to go to get to the car, and that, he was super overburdened then. And then the tower fell, and then the death card came. Sincerely looks like this guy chose to do this because, for lack of a better metaphor, the devil was on his shoulder and the product was ready. He had achieved what he thought he could achieve. He had freaking made it, he thinks, like, undetectable. And so it was time to try it. They knew something was off, but, like, they were already had ingested it. I want to ask, like, I want to ask a couple more, just like you guys. I know it's late if you guys are tired. I want to ask about um, a couple of things. Like I want to know why them. I want to know um, if it did stuffed animals, and I want to know how the other guy got out. Okay, archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters. Those are of the light and from the light. Can you please provide us some answers to these questions? Thank you for all of your help. I appreciate it very much. Okay, first, can we find out, had this man been practicing on someone else before this incident? And if so, who did he practice on? Who did he practice, like, by giving the same sort of similar stuff to? So he left quite a few empty and tipped over glasses in his wake. Like when he was practicing, he betrayed all kinds of people and left them with broken hearts. Um, like there, I guess one example is like that sort of wealthy lady in his neighborhood. He got her pet, and there were a couple of other. It looks like pets. Can you show us any more that go with this guy? Any more that were killed? Um, yep. So he considered this thing with like animals, and I think he. I'm gonna double triple check this before I say it out loud, but um, he considered this thing with animals and another thing to be like his apprenticeship, and he stole some elements from places he worked, um, probably some ideas as well, but he stole from work to work on this apprenticeship that he had going. Can you guys show me who else? There were animals. Who else? Okay, good. Yep, I thought so. Um, he would do this on dates. Um, I don't think he killed anybody, but when I asked for clarification, it gave me pretty much every card in this deck where a man and a woman are like on a date. They're sitting across from each other, usually have goblets and they're toasting. Um, they're dancing together, they're holding goblets. He he's paying the check somewhere when she's got goblets in front of her. So he used this to render people okay. So then the five of wands keeps coming up. Okay, um, so the five of wands is a card that always shows, it always looks like at a distance like people are fighting, and no matter what artist does it, right? And then you get closer in and you realize they all like have their weapons drawn and they're looking at each other, but it's like either they can't fight or they don't know how to fight. So they are frozen, unable to defend themselves. And so that came in earlier. It fell a couple times just randomly, and then now with these girls and these animals, he was basically rendering them unable to fight back. Question: do any of these females, do any that fell? So we're going to leave that there. Do any of these females have memories at all? No, not really. Like they have emotional, like sort of trauma that they don't understand, and they just blame it on like the world today being difficult. Um, did any of the women he experimented on ever pass away? Can you clarify this for me, please? No, but they got really hurt. Yeah, it's interesting. Um, they didn't really have memories of it, but they would leave like confused and sort of unsure of things about him. They would talk about it, and then before they really even had time to talk about like, hey, do you feel like this is a weird person or whatever? He'd already shit talked them up and down about, oh, I went out with her. She was a total slut. She was a total drug addict. She was a whatever, right? Um, and so he always got to, whomever before they had a chance to even start to explore like what was going on. So yeah, so yes, he tried it a lot before. He tried it on animals and women, like sort of it seems like a date rape drug. He stole elements of it from his work. And then the card that connects all that stupid, horrible nonsense to this is the Four of Cups, which is about the thrill is gone, right? I know this is no longer thrilling for me. I need something bigger. And so that's when he decided to do this thing. What can you show us about the other guy that got to go home? What does the other guy that got to go home, what does he actually know about the situation? What does the other guy know? Oh, dropping lots of stuff. Well, that's a good question, Pix. I'm going to ask that in just a second. What does the other guy have to do? What does he know? Like factually, what did he witness? How about that? What did he witness? Oh. How did he know this part? Okay, so this is gross, but not what I expected. So the other guy knew about like him using date rape drugs basically, and maybe even like used some himself, like borrowed some or something. Um, and he did not know that the guy stole it from work. He did not know he was playing some sort of weird Russian roulette with their friends. But what he did see was that it was time to leave the party because his friend was getting weird. Like the host was getting weird, and he'd seen that kind of weird before, and he was difficult to deal with when he was that kind of weird. And so because he'd been around, he just knew it was time to go home. Did he know anything was in like going to harm? And did he know anything specifically? Like, was he worried about those guys at all? Was he worried about their safety? Okay, so that's interesting. So, um, no. So he left because he just felt like they were all getting too effed up. Like it was not interesting to him. And it didn't occur to him in this case, like, because they weren't girls, that this guy would maybe dose the dudes. Um, but then when the phone calls started happening, right, when they started like looking around for people, he got really worried that maybe he'd left a situation that he wished he like hadn't left, that he wished he had taken more time to assess. He was feeling guilty and worried and um, fearful about like, uh-oh, like did I totally um, miss something the other night because this, now they can't find them and this is getting weird, right? And and then it says basically find some leadership, go to the authorities, and he did that. So I don't know if he's told them about like the roofie stuff. Let me clarify one thing. He knows about the roofie stuff. Guys, did he himself ever use the roofie stuff on person of any gender? Did the friend ever use it on a person of any gender? Interesting. No, he did okay. I guess he felt like he had all the things he needed. So I don't know if that doesn't say that he wouldn't have, but he felt like I don't need to do that. Like, like sort of a normal arrogant guy. I don't need to like roofie people to get them to sleep with me. I'm better than that. So he didn't ever use it, but he had knowledge. His friend had talked about it. I don't think he ever witnessed it. And he definitely didn't know he took it from work. He definitely didn't know he was playing a weird game with them that night. He just knew, it's time to go. Like, people are getting too drunk and it's weird, and I'm too old for this shit. I'm going home. And then, yeah, then when stuff started to sort of people started calling, looking for them and stuff, he got real anxiety ridden. Um, I don't think he, I don't think he did anything on purpose. You're on the grand jury for the next 6 months. They are reporting that this fourth guy kept texting one of the three after he left. Like, well, okay, one of the three deceased guys. So maybe he was like, dude, you guys were so fucked up. Is everyone okay? Like, because, he didn't like it. He just was like, God dang it, we're like grown ups and this is getting really stupid, right? And then it wasn't until like other people were looking for them that he went, wait a second, I know this guy does weird shit, but he wouldn't do it to our friends, right? Because he only connected it to this guy wanting to get laid. Um, had he ever seen this guy use this on a girl? Let's try one more time. Had he ever firsthand seen this guy use this stuff on a girl before? No. No. He was never around, but he just heard about it. And he felt like he didn't need it. And he didn't ever see it firsthand. Okay, and then your question was that the whole party? Was that what the whole party was for? Okay, hold on. Was this entire night of like hanging out planned by the bad guy? Like, did he plan on doing this stuff way, like at the party for always? Was the whole purpose to be able to drug the people? Yeah. Yep. Yes, it was. So we know, like from the other guy's perspective, why he didn't. Okay, but how come he didn't dose the other guy? So he didn't dose him because it would have been too sloppy because he wasn't drinking like alcohol. So he would have had to figure out another way to do it. And he worried that if anything tasted funny, because he felt like he hid it in alcohol, he worried if anything tasted funny, this guy would go, wait a second, you roofie girls, or you at least talk about it, or you roofing me. And so, also another factor though is that this guy did come in later than the other guys. So he'd already done what he had done to whatever they were consuming um, before this other guy showed up. Yeah, that's right. He didn't pick a drink. Or rather, he didn't pick a drink wherein it could be dosed, right? Like he wasn't. I don't know if it was he wasn't drinking alcohol at all, or if he brought his own beers, like in a cooler, like somebody might, and he was uncapping them himself. But it was more though like that he was like, if he tastes anything funny because he knows about the girls, he's gonna ask about that, and that's gonna mess everything up. Plus, he'd be different timetable than everyone else, and that's just sloppy. Okay, I want to ask one more thing. Why did he? Maybe I asked this. I'm getting a little tired finally. Um, why did he pick this group of people? Was he? I know. I sort of asked it, but why did he pick these guys? Was he mad at them? Was he happy with them? He felt like he wasn't really as close to them as they were to each other. He was sort of an outsider looking in, and like almost like he felt like whether they intentionally made him feel like this or way or not, I don't know. But like hanging out with him was like charity. Like they did it to be nice, but they didn't enjoy it at all. And then, um, yeah, he just didn't feel as connected. He felt like it was charity that they were giving him when they hung out, and they could be strangers in the world for all he cared. So he just continued to perform friendship. That's literally what I heard. Perform friendship with them long enough. Yep. I don't know if I'll even post this because there's only a few of us, but if I do, of course, this is all alleged because, tarot readings, of course, are not factual. Honestly, a lot of newspaper articles aren't factual, and they do a lot more specific fact checking than this kind of stuff. So, oh, that's a good question. I mean, definitely as a friend, he felt inferior, right? Because he was like, "Gosh, it's like charity." He didn't say it's like they pretend it's charity. It's like he said it feels like when they hang out with me, it's charity. Did he feel superior to these people? No, he felt like a charity case. He felt like pathetic in a charity case in comparison to them, and like they were wise and good people that made good choices, and he was not a good choice. So it had a lot. He has a lot of low esteem, But you see that a lot, right? Where they have really low esteem, but also it's that weird thing where it swings really wildly, where somebody who has manic stuff going on is all of a sudden like taking over everybody, but really it originates from a place of feeling like less than. Yeah, I don't think it's too far off. I think that that's seems right. I mean, like, even the sense that, like, one guy was trying to take off to get the car, right? Um, I think that, like, honestly, like, there was a varying degree, because if one guy went out without his jacket, right, he might have stepped out to be like, hey guys, like, what are we doing? And the other two were like, do you feel weird? We need to talk about it. And he's like, yeah, I do. And the guy was like, stay here. I'm going to go try and get the car. And then it was a really big struggle, and they both sort of conked out. I think that's how they got outside. And if it was fentanyl, I'm going to be really surprised because, number one, I don't know why he'd have to work so hard to, prepare it and make it functional. And then also, like, I think I think they could actually almost test for it, like when the almost on site, because they have all those kits now and things for if they have a cop checking a car or whatever, and they go into anaphylaxis, they check the stuff right away. And was this an act of revenge? So much more about him feeling inferior. Was he angry with these guys? Yeah, no, he felt inadequate. Like they were cool guys. This was not. He wasn't angry. Look at this one thing. It was just like um, the only thing that sounds even a little bit aggressive was him like this card that keeps coming up that's like change is happening whether you like it or not. Um, oh, love you too. I hope you get some good rest after this. Hopefully, y'all get to sleep some after that. And, you know, you can give him huggies and then get some sleep and maybe chill and then wake up in time to hear like that we're in like where he is in his travels. That'd be amazing. Love you. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my God, Ray. Hi. I didn't know you were still here, Bug. I'm now officially falling asleep a little bit. I didn't know you were here still. Were you sleeping? Yeah, it was. It was the Kansas City guys. I just did a thing on them. I didn't think. I thought, oh, we'll drop some things I won't see much, and then it was like blah 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 blah. I was like, okay, okay, good. I'm glad you're sleeping. We're gonna cut this bad boy off so that we can do some of that too. I think I did some of it online, but that's all right. People I've heard were worse from me. So, I love you. Go back to sleep. Cousin. Night night. Love you. I think Miss Cat went or fell asleep. If she's here, a sleeping or half asleep, we love you too as well, Miss Cat. And Pix left, and so we'll talk to everybody hopefully kind of soon. This was interesting. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. Bye.
Bye.